Hello, everybody. Welcome to the last live stream discussion for RWBY Volume 9 with Chapter 10. How's it going, guys? Welcome to the stream. Thank you all for tuning in. Appreciate having you guys here. Give me 1 second. I am fashionably late. I do apologize. I got a busy day today. I'm doing this live stream for the last discussion for RWBY Volume 9, and then I'm probably going to have dinner, and then I have a sponsorship stream to do on Twitch for Honkai Star Rail, the new turn-based RPG that recently came out this week. So I am just kind of running ragged at the moment. I just recently finished up doing all of the prep, or the last-minute prep, for this discussion, actually. I added some extra screenshots and clips in here just so we can have the best discussion possible. So, yeah, I appreciate you guys being here. Hopefully the audio sounds good. Hopefully everything looks good. Everything sounds good. Let me know. And I think we can chit-chat for a wee bit, and then we'll jump right into it. Are you planning on doing the Oscars in the summer? We have actually not even started the Oscars currently. We want to do it, but it's just a lot of prepping and planning. We know that it's going to be a big undertaking, and we don't know how we're going to approach it this year. Because last year we got a bunch of community members involved, and we want to be able to do that this year too, but it just feels like everyone is kind of doing their own thing. Everyone is kind of scattered, and we haven't really had the chance to reach out to anyone if they were even interested in doing an Oscars show again this year. I know that it was a tradition for Volume 7 and 8, but like the wait for Volume 9 took so long that like it's definitely something that we still want to do, but it's just going to take some time for us to figure out how we want to do it. And I feel like we have time because we don't even know when Volume 10 is coming around. So, you know, maybe it would be better to wait to do the Oscars when Volume 10 at least gets announced, so we know if or when that's happening. I feel like that would be a nice kind of build-up moment for Volume 10, especially since Volume 9 was so good. But yeah, we definitely want to reach out to like people that did the Oscars last year, but like there's also some people that did the Oscars last year that are no longer doing RWBY content this year. So, or at this point, or like focusing on their channels. So we just have to approach things a little differently. But yeah, I mean, we've definitely been thinking about it. I've been thinking about how much work it's going to be to put together. But yeah, the Oscars is always fun. It's just a lot to prep and plan for. Hey, what's up, Mets? How's it going? Thanks for joining. Black Omen, thank you for the $10 super chat. Just sending some love, and gotta say how much I've enjoyed these, and I'm gonna miss these until the next volume. Aw, thank you. I'll be honest with you, I was a little shaky when I came back, when like RWBY in general came back for the discussions, because I felt like the 2-year hiatus, the 2-year long wait, along with just kind of like the general uncertainty of what Volume 9 was gonna be. I didn't think that the reception was going to be as great as it turned out, but I'm really happy that a lot of people tuned in for these live, and there's just as much of a reception for people who watch the VODs when they have the spare time to. So overall, I'm just really grateful and thankful for the support that I've gotten for Volume 9. The Patreon has been incredibly successful. I'm going to be pivoting to anime-based content this year as well. So you know, I'm really excited to kind of venture off into like other things, especially with RWBY being back in its dormant state and not really knowing when Volume 10 is going to be. I'm also focusing on my Twitch channel and my Twitch streams a lot as well. So I'm just really grateful and thankful for all of you guys who have been able to tune into these weekly, who have watched the reactions, who have supported the early content on Patreon as well, and everything else in between. Not to mention that this time it's finite with the category. Yeah, that too. Like another thing too, we have to consolidate and rearrange some of the, because like some, like this isn't Remnant, for example, so we can't do like best semblance or best grim. Like we really have to kind of be creative, or even like I said, like consolidate and make it maybe a smaller show, because the volume was also short. So there's not a lot of recurring categories that you would expect. Like from volume 7's Oscars to volume 8's, we kept a lot of those categories because they kind of applied those things naturally from volume to volume. So we'll definitely have to tackle it and see how we want to approach it this time around, if it's something we still want to do. I'm kind of glad RWBY's over. I need a bit of a mental break. I hope we don't get a super long wait, though. Yeah, I mean, they haven't even started animating. I know that the writers have kind of done a bit of writing, but they can't go all in on, like, writing and animatics and storyboarding. They need to be officially greenlit to be able to say, you can keep working until it's done. So I feel like the writing is the only thing that has been worked on, which means the heavy lifting, which is all of the stuff that puts the show itself together, is going to take some time. So I'm honestly, if we get news that RWBY has been greenlit, for example, at this year's RTX, because it's going to be really awkward to go to RTX and not have anything Volume 10 related to talk about. I know that they're going to have part 2 of the movie, of the Justice League movie, to focus on as well. But let's just say they confirm and greenlight Volume 10. I don't expect we'll see it until next year. Like, not the end of this year, or maybe not even the beginning of next. Like, I feel like if they announce it greenlit at this year's RTX, next year's RTX, they'll have a teaser to show, and then it'll come out, like, after the summer next year. That's, like, the best case scenario I can hope for it. Yeah, but like end of the year next year, which is fine because that's literally it's a year and a half. It's a little less than what we waited for, but if we have like confirmation, it'll feel a lot less, because we were just kind of in the dark of when Volume 9 was going to come out, because it was like it was going to come out in 2021, and then it got pushed back, and then in 2022 they said coming soon, and then, you know, at 2022's RTX they said 2023, and so a lot of people were just kind of like, the goalpost was constantly being moved because they weren't certain of it. But I'm completely fine with that. I mean, realistically, when you think about it, we've been keeping ourselves busy for the from Volume 8 to 9. I know that that's not something that, you know, no one wants to wait that long for something that they enjoy. But and thankfully we're not in a massive pandemic, you know, the worst states of the pandemic like we were at that time, like over the last 2 years. So I feel like I feel like things are a lot smoother for us to kind of ride out for whenever the volume comes back. Hey, what's up, David? Thanks for joining. But yeah, I'm just hopeful. I mean, they showed Vacuo, for God's sake. So, like, we were talking in the Discord about this, but I really want them to treat Vacuo like they treated Atlas, because I think they did Atlas so much justice. We spent 2 volumes there. They established the kingdom. They established the way of life. They established the order of things. I feel like they set up a really natural paced, transition from like how everything was orderly and everyone was on the same page, and then things just kind of descended into chaos during Volume 8. I really want there to be that same level of pacing for Vacuo. I want to spend at least 2 volumes there, and I want it to have the same level of like love and attention that Atlas got. And on top of that, they have a lot of source material to derive from the novels, Before the Dawn and After the Fall. So they have a lot of stuff they can work with. They have a lot of things that they can they have like a bit of reference material that they can source from, like with certain new Grim types, and maybe even referencing the setting or the events of the book, similar to like the episode with Neo, Chapter 8 of Volume 9 was basically an ode to Roman Holiday. So I think they can do it. I mean, yeah, Mistral was compromised at the time. Like Genlock, I feel like affected Mistral's development, and I mean, they tried to salvage it with Volume 6, where they were still in the kingdom, which I think Volume 6 kind of did it a little bit more justice. But yeah, the school and the city of Mistral itself were definitely what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, they didn't live up to they didn't live up to the expectations. Yeah, underwhelming for sure. Alrighty, let me get through a couple of these super chats and then we will start the discussion. Shane Train, thank you for the $10 super chat. Hey Arnold, it's me again. I can finally now say that the episode and all of this volume was an emotional roller coaster. It has been a fun ride. I agree. I feel like things really took off after chapter 4. I feel like after chapter 4, every episode just ramped up and up and up and up. And I think the volume finale was incredible. I think this volume might be my favorite volume of RWBY. I feel like that's a little bit of recency bias, but it truly was spectacular. It sets itself apart from any other volume. Like, we have never really seen, like, even seen, like, visually, like, they fucking knocked the brakes off of the whatever animation software they're using. Like, they took that shit to the next level with the VFX and all the cool stuff. Like, and I feel like we're now just gonna go back to the norm, right? Like, Remnant is the norm and the Ever After was the extraordinary, in my opinion. The world looked vibrant, it looked exciting. All the characters were pretty, like, colorful and interesting. And I just hope that... And now we're gonna go to a freaking brown desert. I'm sure that they'll continue to scale and do incredible things with the show, but the Ever After was definitely something that you can tell that they were like, we are going balls to the wall and we have to, like, we're outdoing ourselves with this place because it's a one and done thing. I feel like we may see the Ever After again, like at the very end of the show if the gods decide to go back home. But yeah. Zombie Killer, thank you for the $20 super chat. Hey, MurderofBirds, thank you so much for being one of my inspirations. You are an amazing person. After Volume 3, you inspired me to start doing reactions. Also, today is my 10-year anniversary from starting my channel. Wow, that's great to hear. Yeah, I did see, I believe I saw a tweet that you tagged me in, I think it was yesterday or the day before. But, yeah, I'm humbled. I really appreciate that. I know you've been around for a while, especially on YouTube, Patreon, Twitch. I see you all over the place, Twitter. So, thank you for the kind words. Thank you for the support. I'm glad the content has brought you joy and inspiration enough to start your own channel, which is pretty cool. And I'm definitely going to talk about that a little bit in this episode because the speech that the blacksmith gave to Team RWBY about, like, a simple decision, a simple act of kindness was able to create an incredible transformation. I feel like, I don't know, that, like, the finale really was inspiring. Like, it really gave me a moment of introspection. I was rewatching it last night and I was just like, wow, what a profound finale. And I think it wraps up, like, the overall theme of the volume very well. So I'll definitely talk about that more. Taylor Elise, thank you for the, oh my gosh, thank you for the generous $50 super chat. Hey Arnold, been a passive viewer since the end of 2015, halfway-ish through Volume 3. You've been one of my comfort content creators, even outside of RWBY, with Red vs. Blue, Genshin, and now Honkai. I am so sorry. I'm so sorry I dragged you down with me. Just wanted to express love for you and everything you do. Thank you. No, thank you. I appreciate it. Seriously. Wow, that makes me feel really great to know that, like, first off, like, I'm so sorry. Like, the other content that I do is, it's a rabbit hole, man, I'll tell you. But I appreciate that you have decided to come along for the journey and have enjoyed your time. And you know, I'm just really thankful to be able to talk about things that I enjoy and to have support to be able to do that. So thank you very much. And yeah, passive viewers, y'all are the real MVPs, the lurkers. Y'all are the silent majority, I'll tell you that. So thank you very much. Also, appreciate the first time super chat. Hey Arnold, can't wait for your reaction tomorrow, but honestly, I'm feeling conflicted about what happened in the finale. That's fair. I know that there are some people that feel like things may have been rushed a little bit or what have you, and that's completely fair. But yeah, my reaction will be out tomorrow. Yo, D'Antoni, what's going on, dude? People think Raven made a new portal now, but no one questions where Cinder came from in Volume 5. Wait. People think Raven made a new portal now. I don't understand the context here. Are you saying like no one questions where Cinder came from in Volume 5? Hold on. Yeah, I need more context. I have no idea. I can't put together what you mean. If you're talking about the portal that they used to get the villains into the school, I'm pretty sure that was through Vernal. But I have no idea. As for Raven's portal in this episode, I'll talk about that. I mentioned it in my reaction to, but that doesn't come out until tomorrow. Dan A, thank you for the $5 super chat as well. Shout out to Casey and her team for the OST. The track for Neo's Farewell and Somewhat's intro made my ears melt. I think the music aspect of this show is in incredible hands. Like, truly and honestly, like, I loved the work that Jeff did, and Jeff worked his ass off. This man gave us a full-fledged soundtrack every year for the last like 8 years of this show, which is, I feel like that's like an overworked feat. Like, you have to be working round the clock to make that work. And I know, like, as the volumes went on, like Volume 6, Volume 7, Volume 8, the volumes took longer and longer to make, which is definitely without a doubt like a result of just the fact of like you start falling behind when you consistently just keep working and working and working. And not to I'm not going to speculate on his retirement, but I just hope that he enjoyed the time that he worked on RWBY and the contributions that he made to the show and how he got involved with Rooster Teeth and Monty and working closely with his daughter. And his daughter taking over was definitely the #1 choice. And I hope she's having fun too. I hope she's challenging herself. I hope it's a fun, creative process for her. Because she's been with the show actually she's been with the show since its inception. Even going further back with RWBY, which was some of her earliest works that I know of. But yeah, I absolutely agree. Like I actually feel like Volume 9 is the first volume in a couple of volumes where I feel like I resonated a lot with the instrumentals and even some of the songs, like the Volume 9 finale song, like the credit song is really, really good. And yeah, I think her and her team, her and Martine, I think they nailed it. Okay. Summer left in a portal, but also left Crow and Tai Yang. Hold on. No. She didn't leave Tai Yang. I mean, I'm sorry. She didn't leave Crow. We don't know where Crow was. I was under the assumption that they teleported to Crow because Summer Rose left home. So she left Yang. She left Yang and RWBY in Tai's care at home, and she met up with Raven, and her and Raven went through a portal, and the only other person that we don't know that was present was Crow. So the only assumption that I can come up with is that they teleported to her brother or like to her band, to like her tribe or something. So Crow lied? Crow didn't lie about anything. No one knows the specifics about what, I mean, her and Raven could know, but like Crow could just, here's what I'll equate it to, right? They could just be using Crow to just get from point A to point B. He could still be in the dark about what they're actually doing. You know? It's like the volume 5 end credit scene where Raven used her portal to teleport to Tai. She didn't do it to talk to him or whatever. I don't think, at least. I think she just did that to get out of Mistral, you know? So it doesn't mean that Crow knows what's going on. It just means that she used the portal to teleport. Are your alerts on? Just curious. I think my alerts have been a little wonky. I do apologize. Oh, I do see here 8:55. Thank you for the 8:55, you dunce. Yeah, I don't know if my audio is acting up or if it I don't know if it popped up on screen, but I apologize if I didn't get to that soon. How are you feeling? I'm great. I feel like $1,000,000. I do have this lingering cough that's slowly going away over the last week, but I haven't been sick. I've been sick. I've been good since like I think I was no longer sick like on Monday or Tuesday. I'm thinking Raven teleported them to the Spring Maiden. Something went wrong, and that's how Raven got her powers. Yeah, we don't know the timeline of things. All we know is that Raven had already left Tai. Summer and him got together. They had RWBY, and now they are kind of corroborating with a mission. And here's the thing too. I don't even think she's on a mission with Ozpin, like an Ozpin mission. I think she just told Tai that. We'll get into it. I don't want to jump the gun too soon right now. But I think this is a good time to officially start. So let us get underway, shall we? All right. Hopefully everything looks good. Everything sounds good. And everything will be good. Okay. So here we go. Okay, cool. Alrighty, so the Volume 9 finale episode opened up pretty surprisingly. I was very shocked to see how it officially started. It kind of went further into how the episode started last week with showing that it was Summer Rose reading the story, the fairy tale of the girl who fell through the world to a sleeping Yang and a sleeping RWBY. Which was really cute to see them too. Yeah, definitely started off strong. And I was talking about this in the Discord in the last week, but I actually think that this is going to be a connected thread that they will give breadcrumbs on over the course of the show now. I can't really equate it to anything that I've seen thus far, but the best example I'll give is something regarding Genshin Impact. If you guys played it, you'll know. If not, I'll try to explain it best I can. But in Genshin Impact, there is an overarching main storyline, which is, hey, we're trying to find our sibling. That is the main plot that you are actively going on as the Traveler. However, there is a second parallel storyline regarding an individual known as Dainsleif, who is giving you, like, information on the past that will then catch up to you by the end of your journey. And I feel like now we're gonna start getting more of these like Team Stark like breadcrumbs. Like we got it in the last episode, we got Summer last episode. This episode we seemingly are getting the starting point of Summer Rose's secret mission that led to her disappearance, led to her death, that Tai Yang was unaware of, that Raven seemingly has information on, and that Crow doesn't even have the full story on, and not even Ozpin. This is something that it seems like she's taking into her own hands. And so I think it's really cool because, like, now we're going to be going back to Vacuo, we're going back to Remnant, we're going back to Crow, we're going back to Ozpin, and they're obviously going to divulge all of the stuff that they learned in the Ever After. RWBY's most likely going to talk about that thing that she saw, because she saw from her mother's perspective the situation that unfolded. So that's going to be new information given. They're going to reveal that Raven knew something. And I feel like that's going to create this like really cool dynamic that will slowly unveil the true story, the true nature of Summer Rose's final mission and what happened to her all those years ago. And that will connect to that will ultimately connect to Salem, because Salem clearly knows who Summer is based on volume 9, based on volume 8, the multiple times that she was mentioned, volume 7 as well. And I just think that there's more to the story for sure. How old were you when you first started watching RWBY? I was 22, I think. I had just turned 22. Oh, no, 23, actually. I think I was 23. I was a baby. But yeah, I just liked how this opening started here. I decided to put these two shots because these two shots were in the book, but this first picture here was actually one of the pages that are flipped through in the intro that you see as the book. So like, it's basically the book in the intro is the book that Summer Rose is reading of the girl who fell through the world. So I just mentioned it. I just decided to show it there. So it's like Alex encountering the curious cat. And then this shot was from last week, which showed the tree. So I just thought that those were really nice illustrations of the pictures, like the store, like the pages of the book, and just decided to showcase that. And we got Mama Rose. We finally have Summer Rose in full. She's a lot older. She's officially a mother, full-fledged huntress. I'm sure she can manage her silver eyes as well. She looks incredible. It's really great to kind of see like her most recent model, because we've seen different versions of her design. There was the picture of her in the Team Stark flashback, in the Team Stark photo from volume 3, and then the perception of her from Ruby's mind, like what Ruby envisioned her mother being like or looking like, from volume 6 and volume 7. And this is what she actually looks like. And literally a spitting image, she literally looks like an old, it's like they literally made an older model of Ruby Rose, which is great. I love her color scheme. She's got the red, the black, the gold, the white. She's got the pendant that kind of brings the, brings the, like the main, it's like the main attention grabber for the front part of her outfit, which is nice. And she's voiced too. Oh my god. That, I think Morgan Lorey or Lori, I don't know how to pronounce, there's like the little symbol over the E, so I don't know how it's pronounced, but voice acted too, which is great. We find after like 10 years of waiting, Summer Rose is finally like tangibly in the show in the form of a flashback, but nonetheless, this is like the first Summer Rose we've ever gotten. And when you think about it, it's so crazy to think how much long-term investment payoffs we got this volume. We got Ruby Rose development, we got Bumblebee, we got Summer Rose, we got Raven Bronwyn after like 5 years of waiting. It's so crazy how much, how all in they went in volume 9. They were like, okay, we're gonna put like, it's, I don't know, there's just like a lot of this like crazy payoffs, crazy like reveals and shit like that. And like the Ever After plot itself was very one of a kind as well. So good. So good. Tricks and treats. Hey, there you go. Yeah, we got we got like an even deeper origin story to the brothers, which I thought, I didn't even think that was possible. Like that really just came out of like left field. I'm like, big lore. Like we have to like re-establish how the lore actually happened based on like the fairy tale. Like even Espen didn't know. Like holy shit. Like even Ozma's understanding of the gods from when he lived amongst them was even had further history, which I never thought we would have gotten that. So I thought that was really like a really cool treat. Courage, thank you for the $10 super chat. Hello, longtime lurker. Just wanted to say that I've been watching your channel since I found your reaction to the Pyrrha statue where I cried alongside you. Keep up the good work. You are awesome. Yep, I will never forget that. Volume 6. They love twisting that knife, I swear to God. But thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate the support. Appreciate the long time watch of my reaction content. And thank you very much for tuning into the stream. Yeah, I remember it like it was yesterday. I wasn't even living here. I was living with my roommate at my old place. So that was also a really, really long time ago. The more I think about it. But yeah, and we're back in patch 2. That's another thing that I wanted to mention too. This is the room, which is interesting because I wonder what room. So in volume 3, when RWBY woke up after like freaking vaporizing the dragon and Cinder, she wakes up in her room, and I assume this is the room that she woke up in with like Crow coming in and talking to her. And then Yang was in another room. So I wonder if they have like, I don't know if they like renovate, like I don't know if they just, when they got older, they got separate bedrooms, or if that was just like a spare bedroom, like a guest room or something, and Yang wanted to be alone. But yeah, so like in this shot, this is very much the room that RWBY was in when she woke up. Because when Yang was in the bed, the window was to her right. So, yeah, they could have touched up the house, done some renovations, you know, blew out a wall, created another room. You know, I just like how the room looks very similar. RWBY hasn't gotten the Beowulf statues on the shelf yet, but you know, we'll see those in a couple of years when she's a little older. When she decides she wants to be Little Red Riding Hood. But yeah, I just loved this initial start up here. And the heart-wrenching moment, she actually takes the pendant off. It's very subtle. She takes the pendant off and leaves it on the book. And that is the pendant that carries a mother's promise that that she'll, you know, she's like, I love you just the way you are. Always. That was her promise. God. Oh, man. I realized that, too. I'm like, oh, my God, this must be the day that she left. And then RWBY's just like, look at her. I will say RWBY's got an abnormally large head for, like, a 2-3-year-old. Just saying. I'm like, RWBY, your head is filling that pillow pretty well. Julia Spite, welcome back. Welcome back. Pendant emblem, say potato. Welcome back, Julia. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Hey, Arnold, I can't believe the volume is already over. I'm glad to say that your live streams have been a blast once again. Thank you so much for all of the fun, the hype, and the love you always offer every stream. I appreciate your consistency of tuning in whenever you can. Yeah, it really feels like we picked up where we left off 2 years ago. Like, it's wild to think about that, but like, we really were just like, hey, 2 years have happened. Quarantine, COVID, social distancing, personal growth, etc., etc. But then RWBY comes out and we're just kind of like, all right, we're just all on the same page. And I felt like even after the first discussion, it was like, wow, I really just got back into form. It's like riding a bike. You never really forget. Whoa! Mary Fan with the $100 super chat. Thank you so much. What it do? Cheers to another volume being aired and finished. And I want to express my gratitude towards your reactions and discussions throughout volume 9. Can't wait for volume 10. Thank you so much for everything and stay fresh. P.S. It's 8:55, you done. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much, Mary. Thank you. That is incredibly generous of you. And I can't say it enough. I really can't say it enough. This volume was great. And I have to thank you guys just as much as y'all thank me. I'm one person that affects a bunch of people, but y'all are a bunch of people that affect one person. You know, like... And I was going to wait until we got a little further in the discussion, but I really loved it. Like, it hit me so hard last night. I rewatched the finale, and the speech moment where the blacksmith reveals Little's statue, and she's talking about how tremendous, how incredible one act of kindness is, and how it can lead to a crazy, like, an extraordinary transformation. And like, I really sat back and really applied that to my life, and how fortunate I've been to be able to do the things that I've been wanting to do my entire life, which is geek out, talk about things that I'm passionate about, and be able to do that. Like, even not, it's not to say that I always want, like, I YouTube wasn't even a thing when I was a kid, but like, I've always been interested in like video games and storytelling and animation and stuff like that. And I'm just really grateful to also be born when I was, to be in a time where this is a reality for me, you know? And it comes down to every individual person that watches me. It's never one person. Like, and I know a lot of people might feel like they are insignificant. Like, I'm just one person. I'm just watching you, you know, like, and I'm just one person too. But like, it's incredible how much we give and take from one another, you know, how much we rely on one another for support, entertainment, distractions, reassurance, comfort, etc., etc. And I really feel like this volume hit me by the end of it. Like, this finale really kind of put all of it into perspective for me. And so, you know, whenever I get comments like that, it really just makes me think like, wow, like, this one person is just a part of a sea of people, an ocean of people that are all like helping me out and supporting me, and are all collectively in it for the same things, you know? So I really appreciate all the support from all of you. You know, there's 471 of you in here. I can't like really process that in my mind's eye at the moment, but that's a lot of, like, that's incredible. And this is on a weekly consistent basis that y'all tune in, and y'all are interested to hear what I have to say about the show, and you guys are interested to get your thoughts out in the comments to me and to each other. And I just really appreciate the positivity and just the general like sense of community that we've been able to have every year. Or in this case, like, whenever RWBY's around, or even whenever I'm doing other things, you know what I mean? Like, people's interests wax and wane, and I just appreciate whenever something I do resonates with you guys, because it in turn enables me to be able to do bigger and better. Yeah, I would say, like, I'm also a conduit. Like, through me, you guys are also able to express yourselves, like, in this weird online digital age, which is, you know, which is great. So I'm gonna get off my soapbox now, because I'm probably gonna talk about this a little bit more when we get to that actual scene, but I just can't thank you guys enough. Aeon Productions, welcome back, nice to see you. Cheers, thank you for the $10 super chat. Cheers, everyone. The finale discussion time. It's wild how we have this volume. Let's hope everyone goes higher and higher from here for the rest of the story. For the rest of the story, felt like a great season to end on. Yeah, everyone is... You know what's really funny now? I feel like at this point, the characters cannot falter anymore. Because, like, I feel like we've gotten knocked down, we've picked ourselves back up. We've gotten knocked down, we've picked ourselves back up. And I feel like Volume 8, they got knocked into the freaking abyss. And Volume 9 was them crawling back out, which is like, you were at rock bottom in Volume 9. So I feel like now their resolve is pretty much, like, they're not going to be shaken up by anything. The only thing that's going to shake them up is, like, something on a tragic level. But, like, they can't, I don't feel like any of them are really going to blame themselves or feel like they're not good enough or feel like that they're out of their depth or, you know, anything that will make them halt their progress to see this mission through to the end. They'll definitely be challenged, And I feel like no one person is just going to be able to truck through everything. They just have to they have to remember that they have a support system. They have each other. But yeah, like coming out of the portal in Vacuo, like it just felt super empowering. I'm like, holy shit, they can do anything now. Do you think you'll be doing the Oscars this year? Magic White, I apologize. I literally explained that earlier. Someone else asked it. It's just kind of to be announced. I got to get back to y'all just because we haven't even thought of the Oscars recently. Cal's going back to school on Monday. I have a bunch of sponsorship stuff that I'm doing for Honkai Star Rail on my Twitch channel. So my main goal is to just finish this discussion and get my reaction posted tomorrow. And like that'll be done for RWBY for a little bit. At least for volume 9, like putting volume 9 to rest before I decide to pick up anything else. Let's see. All right, so let's carry on for here. I just decided to include this shot here because I thought it was like a really nice nighttime shot. We rarely have seen shots like this. Kind of reminds me of like a shot from like volume 5 or like volume 4 or 5, like a menagerie shot, really. But I just like I just like the lighting, like the nighttime, the moon in the background, how it lights up with the trees. It's just a really nice shot, and like the leaves blowing and whatnot. And again, we're on patch, so we're on like the little patch of no pun intended, or maybe a pun intended, the little patch of land that RWBY and like the Xiaolong Rose residence lives on, that we've seen a bit of like from the Yang character short and volume 4. So yeah, I just really liked this. I really like a lot of these kind of like environmental scenes that are just kind of there to just set the tone of the scene that's playing out. So I'm a big sucker for environmental scenes. So yeah. And I freaked out when I saw Tai Yang. I was like, oh my god, are we gonna see Tai? And it's Bernie Burns. So Bernie is still in touch. Bernie is still reprising and continuing his role of Tai Yang. I believe he also did Tai Yang voice work for Ice Queendom at the time, like for the English dub. So wherever this man is, I'm glad that he's alive, he's well. I'm glad that they're still able to get in touch with him to do voice work for Tai Yang. Because I really miss Bernie. You know, he was great. And yeah, he's also a little I feel like all these characters are aged down a little. Well, yeah, aged down, like they're younger than the versions of them that we know and remember from volumes prior. Like you can definitely see it in Raven too. Like I think Raven has a little bit of age lines on like her face, like in volume 5. And I actually think like she looks more like Yang in this episode. So I think it's actually I think they did a really good job with the modeling, just to kind of express, yeah, this is like 15 years in the past. Yeah, they're like in their late 20s. I would definitely say that. But yeah, this was great just to see them interacting. And this kind of initially went over my head because I was freaking out. I was like, oh my god, Summer Rose, where it's actually like an extended scene of them, and Tai Yang is here too. We're in their house. Like we've been in this house. We were here in volume 4. Summer Rose's expressions definitely show what's going on. And then by the time you see Raven, you kind of put 2 and 2 together. So, you know, she's about to leave the house. Tai Yang comes downstairs. He's like, oh, it's not like you to leave on a mission in the middle of the night. And she's not leaving on a mission. Let me rephrase that. She's leaving on a mission, but it's not an official mission. It's a Summer Rose mission, which is something that she is deciding for herself to do, and she's not telling anybody. Which is interesting because you can definitely see it in her expression. Like she turns away from him and she's like, she has like that worried expression, like, oh no, I can't let him know what I'm gonna, you know what I mean? Like just trying to get out of the situation. And I feel I'm just gonna give you guys my thought process on this. I feel like Summer Rose right now feels how Ruby Rose has been feeling this entire volume. She feels like she has a weight of responsibility. She has all of these expectations put on her. She's the chosen one or whatever, right? The silver-eyed warrior, the leader of Team Stark. And there is a situation that she feels that she can have an impact on, but she's choosing to go to it alone. She doesn't want to get her husband involved. She doesn't want to get her brother-in-law involved. She doesn't want to get any of her team brother-in-law. She doesn't want to get any of her team involved. And I feel like that is an interesting parallel to her daughter, who has kind of learned that that's not the way things should go, you know? Yeah, it's like the blacksmith said. The blacksmith even said, like, you know, who knows why we keep the secrets we do? Maybe we're not, maybe we can relate to the others who have like overwhelming expectations placed on them, like Alex, like you, like your mother. And so, it definitely shows that, like, and like Espen probably had a lot of faith in her, and she probably felt like if she can do this, then they all don't have to worry about anything. So I actually feel like she thought she had a shot to 1v1 Salem. Like, I actually think that that's what this is about, right? She probably knew about Salem. She probably knew Salem was of grim nature. She probably has the ability to harness her silver eyes, and she probably thinks she's a great fighter, and she probably tried to take all of that and channel it into this. If this is the only problem we have to worry about, and if I can deal with this problem, I can live up to everyone's expectations, and everyone else will be good for it in the end. And I think that's what happened. And so, you know, that's kind of the mindset that I'm feeling right now, because this is the last day that Tai Yang ever saw her, and I'm assuming. And it's so bittersweet where she's like, I'll be back, and he's like, I know, you always come back. That broke my heart, dude. I was like, oh my god, like, why would you do this? Why would you do that to me, bro? I can't, dude. So, and I also captured this shot here. I thought this was a very interesting juxtaposition. So the first shot is Summer Rose in the living room by herself, about to leave. And then the ending shot is with her and Tai Yang before she heads out. So I just thought that this was a really nice, I don't know. It's like how it's going versus how it ended. This is how the scene started. This is how the scene ended. And I just really liked that. I'm glad that she got a final word in with him, and she didn't leave him, like, wondering what's the last thing that he said to her that day, because he never saw her at night, you know? So I just really, really liked how this played out. It's so bittersweet because you know what happens to her and how that kind of tears apart, you know, and undoes the team and undoes Tai Yang and, like, his ability to be a father and being able to kind of carry on without Summer and everything else in between that happened with Crow and Raven and all that stuff. So let's see. The Greater Scope Villain, thank you for the super chat. If anyone's shaking them, if anyone will shake them, it'll probably be more Cinder, seemingly ritualistic killings of their loved ones, probably more Maidens given her goal. Well, you also have to know that, like, there are characters that are definitely not above killing, right? You have Team Sun, you have Team Coffee, you have any established characters that we're gonna learn or get to know or meet in the in Vacuo as well, the Summer Maiden, and also the characters themselves. I'm not saying, like, anyone on Team Ruby or Juniper is gonna die, but, you know, Oscar too. Like, this could be the arc that Oscar and Ozpin officially merge and we technically lose Oscar, you know, because that's something that I feel unless they beat Salem before the merge happens, which would be incredibly convenient for Oscar. That is an inevitability. Like, it feels like we're kind of like waiting on borrowed time. Like, we're on borrowed time right now for Oscar. And that could be a casualty of a different nature. It's not like he was killed by the enemy. It was just that he ran out of time, which is ironic considering Espen has nothing but time, you know, and Oscar is no longer him. He's just a part of the long line of generations of Ospins. Avra, welcome back. Thank you for joining. Thank you for the super chat. What if Summer's mission was about finding more silver-eyed warriors or something that would protect / enhance Ruby's silver-eyed powers? Just a thought. I mean, anything is up for discussion. Like, we don't have confirmation of what her mission was. I just correlate Salem's mission. I'm sorry. I correlate Summer's mission with her disappearance / death, with Salem also knowing of Summer. And I just feel like all of those things are too coincidental to not be linked together. And her being a silver-eyed warrior, she's already marked for death by someone like Salem, who is hunting silver-eyed warriors since Maria, maybe even before Maria. And Maria is definitely older than Ruby's mom. Definitely older than Summer. So, you know, at that point, if she's able to use her silver eyes, if she becomes a threat to Salem and her Grimm, then that's just going to make her more of a target. Which is also interesting because it kind of makes you wonder, did Salem have an entourage during this generation? Right? Did she have a Watts, a Hazel, a Cinder during this time? Or was it just literally Salem running it down mid by herself and her Grimm army? You know what I mean? Because like now because another thing too, you also have to think she had an entourage back in the day with Maria, right? Talk was hired. Talk was Salem's protege. Like Talk was what Cinder is now back in the day when she went up against, they did confirm that in the Amity Arena video game, like the little info cards, they confirmed that Talk was like basically a follower of Salem's. And so I wonder if like she also had to go through like Salem's goons, like her current, like the generational individuals of this time, like during Team Stark's come up. That's something to think about as well. Hawk, thank you for the $10 super chat. It's also something Ruby needed to see, that her mother wasn't the perfect huntress that she thought she was, that Summer was just as flawed as she was, and that maybe being herself is enough. Exactly. And that's what I loved. I love the parallel there. Like, she has to realize that nobody is infallible. Like, no one's perfect. You just have to be okay with being imperfect. You know what I mean? You have to accept yourself for your strengths and your weaknesses. And I think the reveal of Summer definitely put that in a perspective, but it also just reveals more information because no one knows what happened to her. So it kind of doubled up. It gave us like more things to think about in terms of what really happened to her and the nature of her mission, as well as kind of giving Ruby that perspective that no matter what, you are enough. You know, there's only one you. That's the unique thing. That's the beautiful thing about life in general, is that like, I know it feels like, you know, I can understand the feeling of feeling that you are just an insignificant speck, but there's a line in the song The Edge, and I'm going to talk about it right here because I feel like it's very powerful. And it says, I am everything and nothing all at once. And I'm just like, I that's my favorite part of the song. It has like such a great rising feeling to it. And it's so uplifting to think about that we are as powerful and weak. We are both power. We are the alpha and the omega. We are the beginning and the end. We are everything. We are nothing. And it's just, everyone has that within them. And I just really love how I feel like that's what the volume was ultimately trying to convey. You know, if you feel like you're not enough, you will be not enough. If you feel worthless, you are worthless. If you feel like you're enough, you are enough. And I feel like we are more powerful than we think. And I just really loved how the volume kind of conveyed that in this episode. And it really gave me like a great appreciation for like the message, I feel like. Because like RWBY's experience, I mean, granted, it's taken to the nth degree because it's an animated like anime show or whatever, but it just really kind of gave a lot of perspective to like the human condition and like shit that people go through on a day-to-day basis. So I feel like that's something that's gonna live with me forever, like with this volume. Because no other volume has really tackled the themes that this volume has tackled, and in the way that they did it. And I think they stuck the landing by the end of the volume. Janice, welcome back to the stream. Thank you for the super chat. Since Summer told Tai that it was an Ozpin mission, he probably blamed Oz for what happened to Summer, potentially. Well, yeah, that too. I could definitely see... Well, the thing too about that, so that's the volume 6, the volume 6 scene where they all became licensed huntresses. Crow mentioned that Ozpin was just as confused about the situation as Tai and him, right? So it would be unfortunate if in his like spiraling out of control response to losing Summer, if he blamed Ozpin when Ozpin was none the wiser either. But like based on this situation, like that's what Summer led him to believe. Summer led Tai to believe that this was a mission that Ozpin was sending her on. You know, so that's basically the narrative that they're running with. But Crow also mentioned that like it was a Summer secret, because if we're all out of the loop, then that just means that she got the, you know, she pulled the wool over our eyes, and it's very clear here that she did that. What I'm curious about is if like Raven knew something more. If Raven was there during the final hours, if Raven witnessed or was a part, not a part of, but like if Summer didn't go it alone, if Raven went with her and Raven and her felt like they could have done something and they failed, I could definitely see how that would eat away at Raven as well, to where she doesn't want to be reminded of that. You know what I mean? And that doesn't mean that it's Raven's fault either. That's just like they confided in each other and their teammates. So if, you know, shit happens, it's gonna fall on it, you know what I mean? It's gonna feel like a Jean and Pyrrha parallel, kinda, in the sense of like one person makes a sacrifice and the other person isn't able to stop them or help them or whatever. So I just feel like it's I don't like the narrative that like, oh my gosh, Raven knew, Raven lied, how come she didn't tell anybody? These are adults. All right, they're not obligated to reveal or divulge their past to anyone, even their children. This is something that is completely removed from anybody in the world. Because, like, I feel like the only people that know about Salem is Team Stark and Ozpin right now. And now, because of Team RWBY and company, the world knows about Salem. So they're already light years ahead of where Team Stark fell short. But I don't like this idea of like, if you know something that could contribute to the plot or contribute to the information for the audience, then you're in the wrong for not divulging that information. When the reality is like, this is no one's business but their own, you know? And if it comes to light that they knew, cool, you can have at it. You're more than obligated to feel however you want to feel emotionally about, like, if Yang wants to be mad at Raven for knowing about what happened to Summer and not telling her, she's entitled to that emotion, but she's not entitled to her mother telling her anything about her past, realistically. Nobody is. That is for you and you alone. And if that's a hot take, I'll gladly accept that. Also, you have to understand too the nature of the situation. I'm very much not on board with everyone shitting on Raven because she decided that she wasn't fit to be a mother. Right? If anything, I actually respect Raven for realizing that she wasn't mother material, and she instead decided to make the what a lot of people would consider a difficult decision, which was entrust her daughter to someone that she knew could take care of her. You know, like some people aren't fit for parenthood. And you have to think of it this way. Actually, think about it this way, right? If you came from a life where you didn't have a stable foundation, where you didn't have parents, where you didn't have a family, where you had to fend for yourself and you had to like live like a savage to get by, you can't learn an upbringing. Like, you can only experience that. Someone cannot teach you how to have a decent upbringing. And I think from Raven's perspective, how can she be a mother if she has never had that kind of figure in her life to know how to do things the right way? You know, I know she had Tai, but it takes two. All right. I know there are a lot of single parents out there, but the whole reason why the kid's there is because it took two people to make them, and it takes two people to raise them for the most part, effective or efficiently, right? No one person should have to bear the burden of what took two people to make that happen. And so I actually respect Raven for being able to realize and identify that she's not mother material. She's not fit to be a parent. She probably isn't emotionally mature enough. She probably doesn't have the level of motherly compassion that's necessary to nurture and raise somebody that she probably doesn't want to end up turning out like her. And that's literally, I think that's the reality of the situation. A lot of people look at it as, oh, you ran out on me. But from Raven's perspective, it's, I wasn't fit to be a mother. And if I raised you, you probably would have turned out worse than you are now. And the reason you are the way you are now is because of Summer. And that's based on the decision that I made for that to happen, for that to happen for her. You know? And, you know, I don't know. I just feel like a lot of people are very judgmental of that, and I feel like it could come from an emotional place, especially if people feel or even have experienced abandonment from parents. It's always on a case-by-case basis. Some people are just like, I don't care about you. Some people are like, I'm not fit to be your parent. Some people take up that role and they're terrible, and their kids turn out just as worse as they do. And it's a sticky, icky situation, you know? So based on this experience, she even was showing compassion for the kids. That's not, you can't fake that. She wasn't doing that to put a front for Summer when she was like, are you really gonna leave the kids? The reason she's saying that is because Summer is the best thing that happened to those kids, you know? And I know Summer was like, oh, you're one to talk, but that's because she sees you as the better parent, the better mother figure. You know? It's easy for her to not really like, it's easy for her to say that, sure, because it's like, oh, she didn't raise Yang. Yang's not her responsibility. But like, she still wants what's best for her, even if it's not from her. So I genuinely feel that like Raven was a very misunderstood character from the get-go, and it almost feels by design that she was set up to be disliked or set up to be like a, not a controversial character, but an abrasive character, you know? So yeah, I understand the complexity. That's the thing. It's very black and white. I mean, it's not very black and white. I'm sorry. What I meant to say is it's not black and white. It's a very gray area because Raven still keeps tabs on Yang, right? In volume 3, when Yang lost her arm, Raven was outside of her window in crow form, or in Raven form, I should say. You know, I know that that's very minimal of her to be able to do, but at the same time, like, Raven can't all of a sudden decide, okay, now I'm going to be a daughter for my kid. She can still care about her daughter, but there's just never going to be that level, that relationship that would have been there, you know? And it's like, I just don't like how people feel like Raven isn't capable of showing compassion for her kid just because she wasn't there. Like that for her, even her reasonings could be justified to an extent. I understand people think like, oh, well, you know, a child should grow up with their parents, but like Yang, that created a lot of turmoil for Yang, and that's a decision, and that was something that was forced on her. That's not something that she asked for when she was born into the world, and that's the collateral damage that happens. And life isn't always as squeaky clean as we want it to be, you know? So I at the very least can understand the nuances of Raven. I love how I'm still on this shot here. I can understand the nuances of Raven and this entire like exchange that's going on. Despite the fact that she had a daughter, she wanted what's best for her daughter, and she wasn't that. That was, in my opinion, from how I interpret it, that's how I see Raven in the context of, you know, giving up Yang to Summer and Tai, you know? And so I think, like, at the end of the day, she's going to have to live with that decision. There's things that she'll never be able to experience. There are things that she missed out on, and, you know, all of those things if you look back on it. But if she feels at the end of the day that she did the right choice, Yang has a better life because of her, she doesn't have to, like, she doesn't have to struggle to be a mother. She doesn't have to struggle to understand what it's like to be a mother when she never had one, and she doesn't have that perspective or that support system, you know? I don't think she's a completely terrible, awful person for that. Now, there's also an argument, and there's also a conversation to be had, which is like, well, if you feel like you're not fit to be a parent, should you maybe have been a little bit safer? You know, in terms of like bringing a child into the world, if you feel, yes, of course, there's that conversation too, but there's alternatives as well. There's adoption. There's, you know, like, and I'm not saying adoption's a better option, but like, think of it that way too. Like, Raven gave up her daughter to a family that could give her all the things that she couldn't, you know? And so it didn't happen that way organically, right? Like, she left Tai with Yang, and then it just happened that organically he got with Summer and it worked out for them, you know? So I'm also like really getting into this conversation because I do feel like it's very important. Like, I really think Raven is more complex than the black and white image that people make her out to be, which is like, you left your daughter, you're a piece of shit no matter what. You know, it's like, that's just pure judgment for the sake of a situation that's more nuanced than you're willing to admit. You know? And she's not completely absolved either. I'm not saying she's above criticizing, but I don't think she's a monster for doing that either. And that's the thing. Like, Raven is still Raven is Raven, you know what I mean? Like, Raven's a person. I just don't like how villainized and demonized it feels like she, like, all the hate that she gets because people see the surface value of her and don't give her the benefit of the doubt of having more underneath. So, yeah, from my perspective, that's just how I feel about Raven, and I'm really happy that they, I'm really happy to see her again, more than anything. You know, and this is her like 10, 15 years, like 15 or so years ago at this point. So you also have to kind of understand that things in the present, she's kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? She's set in her ways now as like a 30-something-year-old pushing 40 at this point, maybe, versus how she was here, you know? So overall, I just wanted to kind of get that out of the way and mention that because it's a big part of Raven's identity in the fandom and in general, like the decisions. And there are parents like this too, parents that aren't fit to raise kids. And that's what she said in her own words. She said, "You're better for that life, better than I was." And that, you can't make that up. Like, she's not saying that to placate to Summer's feelings right now. She's saying that because that is genuinely why she is still considering, oh, you're leaving your girls behind? It's like, oh, you're one to talk. Well, yeah, because you're leaving them. You're the best thing that's ever happened to them. She can still feel those things, you know? So that's how I feel. I don't think Raven's a bad person. I think she's just very, what's the word I'm looking for? I just feel like she's very mixed. You know, she's got a bag of issues going on. She's not perfect. She's simply human. Yeah, she's layered like an onion. Misunderstood, complex, all of the above. I will take all of those into consideration. Yeah, in the words of Tai Yang, your mother was a complicated woman. You know? So, good Lord. I wonder if we'll ever, this might be a little TMI, but I wonder, I don't know if I should say, I don't know. I wonder if RWBY would ever get like super involved in the history of Team Stark to giving us a reaction to Raven finding out that she was pregnant. Like, did Raven like start breaking down crying? Like, what was her and she went through with the pregnancy. You know what I mean? So it's just like for her to make the decision that she was going to essentially give up ownership of her daughter, give up like her parenting ownership of Yang to Tai and hope that there was something else there. Or who knows, they could have had like a fling, but he had feelings for Summer and it was just like a one-time thing. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, like I just wonder if, I don't know if she would have been very happy about that. Especially if it was unplanned. So I just wonder how that whole thing went. Pregnant Raven. she's already angry half the time you see her, so it's just like, just crank that up to 11. You got all the hormones going on, the mom energy, etc., etc. It's like, Jesus. But yeah, I don't know. That just crossed my mind, and I'm just like, I wonder if Raven had a tender side to her during her, you know, during those years or whatever the case might be. But yeah. Anyways, I'm really happy that we got to see her, and given the fact that this information has come to light, that she knew a little something more about Summer's situation, could potentially bring her back into the fold of the story if Crow decides to go ask his sister some questions about what they discovered, or even like teleporting her to the situation, because that she's still a maiden, she can still contribute, right? So I feel like it's really exciting that Raven could potentially be brought back into the story because of these learned, just because of this learned information. All right, give me 1 second. I just need to make sure I didn't miss any super chats. JRKG, she should have learned herself, not by... Oh, you're talking about RWBY? I mean, I guess, but there are just some things you can't learn by yourself. Like, you need a nudge to kind of help you through that. I mean, to each his own, but I'm not going to hold that. I'm not going to hold that to RWBY for, you know, learning a little bit from some supernatural forces. I mean, it's a freaking anime practically. Crackpot theory. What if the more silver-eyed warriors you have using their powers at once on a single target, that could have a greater effect against Salem, like a regular bomb versus an atomic one? We were actually talking about that in my Discord. And we, like, some people in my server were basically wondering if Summer Rose was the reason for, like, the lines that, like, Salem had on her when we first saw her, like battle scars or something like that. It can't kill her, right? She's been cursed by the gods with immortality, but the grimified aspects of her were things that were put onto her, but they're also still a product of the god of darkness. So I'm still unsure if that can be, like, if she can be wiped away from the grim nature, will that change her demeanor for destruction, like Jin mentioned in the story? But yeah, it definitely seems, it seems possible. Raven, Oathkeeper, thank you for the super chat. Raven may be a flawed and a more understandable character. She will set up her brother. Wait, she still set up her brother, her daughter, Yang's Raven. Blah, blah, blah. She still set up her brother, her daughter, Yang's friends into a trap in Volume 5. I'm not arguing that she's not that she's a good person now. I was arguing the credibility and just the benefit of the doubt from her mother status, that she's a bad person because she gave up her daughter. That's what I was arguing. I'm not saying that her showing compassion or showing emotion for the kids here with Summer leaving absolves her of the things she's doing now. I think it's, you know, that's the her life motto, like her viewpoint, her perspective on the world is survival of the fittest, you know? And she also expects other people to be as strong as she expects them to be. So she basically said that she set them up because she knew that they could handle the opposition. That was her words, right? So from her perspective, she said, I knew you can handle it. You're my daughter after all. Probably not wise to gamble like that with someone's life just because you think they can handle it. But she wasn't doing it intentionally to kill them. Like, oh yeah, they'll kill each other and then I'll get the relic. You know what I mean? She just has a very dominant perspective on, like, her survivability and her being able to make it out of a situation because there are people that depend on her. Raven kind of seems disingenuous either way. Well, yeah, she's like talking out of both sides of her mouth technically. Like she's like, yeah, take care of those kids, do whatever you gotta do, whatever you gotta do. And then she's like, hey, I actually did that because I knew you could handle it. It's like, well, where's the truth in any of that? If you're siding with the enemy to get something you want, but then when you're confronted by the protagonist, you are basically saying that, oh, I always believed in you. You know what I mean? And I mean, at the end of the day, she's also afraid. She's intimidated. She's scared of Salem. Her pride just hides it. You know, that's why she didn't take the relic. If she took the relic, that would have proven more than anything that she didn't give a fuck about Salem, but she does. And so it's also self-preservation. She's thinking about herself. Raven shouldn't see Yang as a daughter. She gave that up a long time ago. I mean, it's an objective fact no matter what. That is something that will never leave her. She will always be a mother, but she will never be a mom. Those are two completely different things. One is true for her and one isn't true. And she can feel however she wants. She's entitled to feel how she feels, even if she, quote unquote, made the wrong choice. I don't think anyone, you know what I mean? Like, I think that's a little weird to say that she shouldn't have feelings for certain things based on her actions. Like, humans are complicated. We're emotional creatures by nature. So, you know, it is what it is. Yeah. Anybody can be a biological parent. It takes more than just you came from me to show that you are a parent. And I always make that distinction. Anyone can be a father. Anyone can be a mother. Not everyone can be a mom. Not everyone can be a dad. You know, and that's a mom and a dad is what a parent is. You know, a mother and a father is just like a relative. You're related to them. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. So that's how I feel. That's my personal philosophy of parenting. Just because you do the bare minimum does not mean you get a pat on the back for being a parent. You know, because like I'm not a parent myself. But I can tell you this, as someone raised by people that on some days they're my parent and on some days they're my relatives, especially growing up, I came from a very, I would say, complex upbringing. I definitely learned from my parents. I learned that philosophy from my parents. You know? And sometimes that's not the best way. Like, I wish I hadn't at times. You know, but like I had to realize that, yeah, like just because you clothed me and fed me and put a roof over my head, that is your obligation the second I was brought into this world. And I feel like you shouldn't necessarily feel credited just by doing that alone. Sometimes that's all some people can do, and that's understandable. It's all about perspective, but I also understand that those aren't the things I'm going to remember when I'm a teenager, when I'm an adult, when I'm a grown man. I'm going to remember the things you did that went above and beyond the bare minimum. And that's what makes a parent in my eyes. So yeah, I kind of went, kind of got a little real there for a second. But like, I also, that's why I feel the need to give Raven the benefit of the doubt when it comes to her feelings. You know what I mean? Like, she made the choice to give Yang a better life, and I feel like that shouldn't be discredited. Even if it wasn't from her, Raven made the choice that gave Yang something better than she could have given her. And that really, like, I really care about something like that. Like, that's really important to me. So, I know it caused a lot of emotional baggage for Yang, but that in turn will strengthen Yang when Yang decides to be a parent, or when Yang, you know, whatever the case happens between her and, you know, between her and Blake in the future, whether, you know, if they decide to have kids or whatever the case might be. Like, Raven's actions caused an effect on Yang that will then cause an effect for Yang in the future to know what to do and what not to do. You know? So that's how I feel, and that's why I give a shit about Raven being back, and like why I feel like it's so important for this scene right here. Because I see this scene and I see a lot of people talking about it, and a lot of people are really just saying, Raven, shut your mouth, you trash person. You don't give a damn about your daughter. And it's like, I just don't really vibe with the black and white approach to this character, because she's more than that. So Yeah. Anyways, let's move on, shall we? I feel like I've been on this for like half an hour. I've been spitting facts. Team Stark. I was not expecting a Team Stark. What felt like we got 3/4 of Team Stark here. I assume the teleportation at this point was that they were teleporting to Crow. So Crow, by extension, if that is actually him, was here in spirit. And we got the full Team Stark in Volume 9. Who would have thought, dude? Not me. I'll tell you that right now. Oh my gosh. And these were them during their high school days. So we're looking at a picture of them in their their high school photo. And now they're like freaking like young adults, like all kind of like aged up a little bit more after graduation. And then by the time we see them in the present, right? Raven, Tai, Crow, they're just like old boomers. But yeah, like I saw a tweet where someone was like, "Oh, it's great to see that Summer Rose moved out of her emo phase after Beacon." Yeah, meanwhile, Tai Yang is getting with the entire team. That's right, I said it. The entire team. I'll never get tired of that meme, dude. That meme's great. Hold on, let me get through a couple more of these super chats. I think I missed a couple. Steel Gaming, thank you for the super chat. I think Raven wanted to be a mother, but after Yang was born, she didn't think she was cut out for it. She cares about Yang. I think we need more backstory. Yeah, that's also another perspective too. Raven could have attempted to be a mother and just realized she wasn't cut out for it. You know, it wasn't just like she gave birth and in the freaking in the second Yang hit the second Yang was brought out into the world, she was like, all right, I'm out, see ya. Right? I could definitely see a scenario where Raven tried and realized that she is not equipped, that she does not have the experiences herself to know what a baby needs from their parent. You know? And you know, I might be getting a little personal here, but both of my parents relate to that. Both of my parents lost their parents when they became before they became parents. My dad lost his parents. My dad lost his dad, and my mom lost both of her parents by the time she had kids. So it was difficult for my parents growing up and raising us because they didn't have any blueprint to work with. Like, they were the foundation and they didn't do everything right. And I've had conversations where my mom has told me, she was like, I wasn't the best parent because how you can't just learn how to, your parents are the ultimate blueprint. You are going to take so much from them, whether you like it or not, when you become a parent. But if you don't have that foundation, you're just going to be like shooting from the hip the entire time and hope that you do your best. And again, I don't want to go down this rabbit hole again, but like, I think Raven made a very difficult but mature decision. Instead of deciding, she's my daughter, I'm going to raise her, and that's the end of it. You know, I really, really, really see a lot of like a lot of the decisions like that like go into that. Like, I just really resonate with that a lot. But yeah, you know, it's kind of crazy too, because the last time I saw Raven, I didn't give a fuck about this character. And it's just, they drop one scene on me and I'm just like, they really opened my mind to her on such a deeper level than just, hey, I got good genes and I'm a cool fighter. You know what I mean? Like, I really, really, really feel like Raven grew on me after this episode. Yeah, it's also been like 5 years since we've seen her. Yeah, Eruption Fang was ahead of the curve. Yeah, Eruption Fang was ahead of the curve with Whitley too. Everyone hated Whitley. He was like, I think there's more to Whitley. I think he might just be a product of his father's influence. But hey, you know, it is what it is. All right. I'm done talking about Raven now, I promise. I just really resonate with the whole situation. And I feel like I could talk about Raven all day now. I loved it. I'm really excited to see her in the future. And I am very, very pleased that it took this long for me to resonate with her. But I'm glad I got there. And I got there in a way that's unique to me. You know, how I feel about her, her parenting, her decision-making, how that reflected on her kids if she decided to become a parent who was unequipped. I know what that's like as someone who grew up with parents like that. So yeah, Raven's great. I can't wait to see her again. Moving on. And RWBY has that perspective now. RWBY found out that her mother lied. And that life doesn't always have a neat and tidy ending, right? You know, things are complicated, people are complicated, and it's tough, it's hard, and you never really know. You know, and RWBY barely knew her mom. You know, she knows her mom based on the stories that she's heard and was told, and the faint interactions, the faint experiences that she had with her mom. But like, we don't even know. She doesn't even know why Summer did what she did. And to an extent, I feel like I feel like that moment came to her as like a reflection of RWBY also knows what it's like to be heavily dependent upon, having those expectations. And RWBY was pushed to the point where she didn't know if she could bear the burden of all of that, or if she should have become somebody else. And I think that's what this scene was trying to convey. That's so Raven. Get out of here. Get out of here right now. God damn it. Hey, Hawk, thank you for the super chat. Yang, my mother didn't even come to my own birth. Oh, damn. That's weird. How would that even work? Spoiler alert for the Justice League movie. I am not going to read that because I do want to watch the Justice League movie. But Gordon, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. Let's see. Give me 1 second. Since Summer told... Okay, I think I read that. Yeah, I read that one. Okay, I think I'm all caught up with super chats. If I'm not, I apologize, but I am trying my best. I swear to God. Oh, Phineas and Ferb. I've never seen that show. I've never seen Phineas and Ferb. Now, don't get me wrong, okay? I grew up watching a lot of cartoon shows, but that was not one of them. How dare you? When did Phineas... Okay, hold on. When did Phineas and Ferb come out? Can someone research this for me, please? Hello, could you please upload your volume 3 chapter 11 reaction? It's age restricted and I'd like to see it. It's probably age restricted because I was dropping F-bombs left, right, and center, and a bunch of fucking people die in that episode. 2007? Yeah, I was 17. I was not watching Phineas and Ferb. I don't even think I was... Wait, was I? Wait, hold on. 2000... Let me do math. Yeah, I was 17. I was not watching... I don't even think I was watching, like, television at that point. By that point, I had internet in my house. So I was like, yeah, why would I be watching Phineas and Ferb at that point? I know I'm never too old, but I, like... You know, I wasn't watching cartoons at that point. I was watching, like, YouTube videos and playing Xbox 360 all day. I was literally on Xbox and YouTube at that point in my life. I was probably prestiging in Call of Duty at that point. Like literally my entire high school, like my pastime was playing video game. I feel like I literally played video games my entire like high school career. Go to school, come home, not do my homework, play Halo. Go to school, come home, skip school for 2 weeks, prestige twice in Call of Duty. Yeah, I was a little reckless. I was a little reckless in high school. I didn't go to school the day Modern Warfare 2 came out. And you know what was really funny? There's a little bit of Arnold lore here. The day before Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 released, which was the sequel to the best-selling video game of all time, mind you, at the time, our principal from the principal of my high school got on the intercom the day before and literally said, I'm going to paraphrase. He literally said, I am aware that there is a popular video game coming out tomorrow. Anyone that does not show up to school tomorrow will not be excused for their absence. And guess what? You bet your ass I skipped school the next day. I was like, bro, I don't give a fuck. I'm trying to play Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 with the boys. Me and my brother literally, okay, and also I think I think I was a sophomore. Or I think it was sophomore or junior year, but me and my brother walked an hour from my house because like my mom went to work. I was just like, yeah, I'm not going to school today. She's like, yeah, sure, fine. I had the days like I could afford to not go to school. So I told my mom, I'm like, can I not go to school tomorrow? And she was like, yeah, sure. And my mom went to work in the morning. So my mom left for work too early. So me and my brother Nelson, we walked an hour to a local Game Crazy, which was like this like combined subsidiary store of Hollywood Video, which was basically like a wannabe Blockbuster. It was basically Blockbuster, but it was called Hollywood Video. And every Hollywood Video had a Game Crazy next door to it, which was like a game store attachment. Where you can actually buy games instead of renting them. So me and my brother walked an hour from my house to Game Crazy. Turns out we got there an hour and a half early. So we had to wait in the laundromat next door to the Game Crazy. And we just like fucked around and wasted time for an hour and a half. We were the first ones in line. We got our games. We were so hyped. And then we had to walk an hour back home before we could play. But oh my God, that shit was so based. That shit was so fucking based, dude. And we had a cool ass setup at my house. I had 2 TVs in my bedroom. So I had a TV, and then my brother's on the side of my bed with a TV he had like a small tube TV on one of the kitchen chairs that he put into my bedroom. And so we were literally no-lifing. We were actually like truly degenerate lifestyle. And then we just played Call of Duty all day. Like literally Call of Duty all fucking day. Like we literally brought food and drinks and snacks into my bedroom, and we literally did not leave my room all day. Oh, and we were just playing multiplayer. Nah, fuck that campaign shit. I still played the campaigns on my own, but that was literally for the multiplayer. And it was so good. Modern Warfare 2 was so good, man. And that's a little bit of Arnold lore for you. I don't even know how we got on this tangent. I literally don't remember. Anyways, let's carry on. AKA Ruby Rose, if you want to feel better, just get Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 and game with the boys. All right? That's all I'm saying. All right. Yeah, 5-hour discussion. Oh, the funny thing is, right after this discussion, I'm going to go and stream Honkai Star Rail. So I'm doubling up on the time spent today so far. So this was huge. The second I saw this, I was like, all right, Jean is gonna ascend or something. He's definitely gonna revert back his age. Was also very shocked to see Alex, voice acted Alex. Any Genshin gamers in chat? Because Alex's voice actress also voices Candace, which I found out I think the day after I did the reaction. But yeah, this is Candace's VA, which is super cool. Had no idea at the time. But yeah, I thought it was super dope that I was like, oh my God, Alex has a VA. Summer Rose has a VA. I was just like losing my mind. I'm like, bro, this is so awesome. All of these established characters. I will say this though. I almost fell for it. Oh my God. You almost got me there. All right. I'm not falling for that nonsense. Get out of here, bro. Nope. You didn't get me. You didn't get me. I didn't say it. I didn't finish my word. Oh, I caught myself with the quickness on that though. I would have ended the stream right then and there if I had fallen for that. Anyways, I cannot get over like the reality, like we found out the true nature of the story, that the cat killed this girl and she did not ascend and she like straight up died, and Lewis never found out what happened to her and never saw his sister again. I legitimately feel like I like think about that every day since the volume ended. I'm confused. What were you gonna say? All right, you know what? I'll bite. So I said that this character is voiced by Candace in Genshin Impact, and someone proposed a question in the chat that they knew that I would read out loud. So I would have said, who's Candace? And then someone in the chat would have said, Candy's nuts. And that's the joke. Now I'm Sino. I'm explaining the joke and how it's funny and its layers. And now it's not funny. And yeah, and then, ha, got him. Yep, there you go. I fell for it. You're welcome. All right, thanks for coming to the stream, guys. I'm ending. I appreciate it. I'll see you guys next year. Bye-bye. Yeah. Y'all better behave yourselves, okay? I'm not in the mood today. Y'all are acting up. I'm over here just trying to give you guys some interesting, thought-provoking conversations, and y'all are trying to get me in a gotcha right now. Not that kind of gotcha, like ha, gotcha. Anyways. Lara1291, thank you for the super chat. Arnold, thank you very much for this season of RWBY content. I'd love to watch your reactions on Patreon a day after an episode, which is hard to swallow. It feels a bit like therapy. Thanks again. Aw, thank you. I appreciate that. Speaking of Patreon, I just remembered, I am going to be doing anime reactions starting next week. I am going to be doing reactions for Attack on Titan, Beastars, Erased, and RWBY Ice Queendom. And episode 1 of all of those are on Patreon right now. So, I'm very excited. RWBY is done, which means I have a life. Like, well, Honkai and Genshin will debate that, but I after RWBY is done, I'll have a sliver of life back, which then I can pivot and do some other content for. So yeah, that's a nice little segue. I hope you hopefully will check that out as well. Zach Feifel, the tree is the show's real villain. Instead of telling the brothers, you fucked up, it said, go away, I can't deal with you right now. Hey, we were just talking about parents. We were just talking about unfit parents, wasn't it? You know? Like the blacksmith is literally the parent of the brothers. And they were like, go to your room, and then they just created a dimension of other worlds, and that's literally their room, and they just never came back. Single mother blacksmith. Oh man. Hawk, thank you for the super chat once again. For almost 20 years, Jean For almost 20 years, Jean believed the worst of Alex, poisoned and left for dead by her. Assumed she ascended her brother. You can really tell in the last episode that the truth nearly broke him. Yeah, I mean, that's another thing too. Like, no one had the full story. Not even the cat. The cat didn't even know. Well, I guess the cat knew, but like they kind of played it off. So they were kind of debating, but the cat, I mean, Jean like really kind of was led to believe, he didn't know what to believe because the storybook was wrong. Like he believed in the story, but then he was living it, but then he didn't even know what happened when they got to the tree. So he just kind of filled in the gaps himself, and the cat probably led him astray as well. So yeah, Jean was definitely taken for a ride in the Ever After, which is, I'm actually really, I was a little conflicted at first with Jean reverting back, but I also feel like it would have been incredibly cruel for that to have happened to him and for him to just have to deal with it. You know what I mean? Just based on like, it doesn't change the experiences he went through, but like at the very least, you know, like at the very least, let this kid live his life. I'm just glad he didn't lose his memories of the Ever After. I think that is something a bit more like tangential, like tangible to his like personality. I don't know if it's gonna gel very well. Like, I know Jean went through the experiences of the Ever After and it kind of hardened him a little bit, but like he also found closure and acceptance by the end of it, which means that's not going to be he's not going to be carrying that baggage back to Vacuo, which also kind of begs the question, does he really need to still have this gritty, rough perspective and like outlook on stuff when for what it's worth, he kind of got everything that was taken from him in the Ever After, you know? And also, I can't picture this Jean. I can't picture like an Ever After Jean in the body of like the Jean that we have now, because he's just like a baby. Like even his voice, he's like, this is what I sounded like. It's like, yeah, you sounded like a prepubescent teenager, even though you're like 19 years old, my guy. And I also shout out to Miles for flipping the switch like that. Like he went from like daddy to like hey, I gotta go do my homework, guys. I gotta get off Xbox. I'm just like, bro. Miles is super talented. But yeah, the second he was like, this is what I sounded like, I'm like, oh my God. I'm glad he said it, because I was like, I forgot. I almost don't believe that's what he sounded like. I feel like they're exaggerating. I literally have to go back to volume 8 and be like, there's no way Jean sounded like that. And if he sounds like that, it's literally because it's like I just got like whiplash. Like he sounded so like gritty and brooding and dark. And then he went back to like, he reverted. And I'm just like, I actually don't know if you sounded that. You sound like volume 1 RWBY, let's be real. Yeah, I don't know if it was whiplash or if that was actually what he used to sound like. But yeah. Anyways, this was a nice moment though. I thought Alex was like kind of a little sus. She was like, you were never the hero. And I'm like, oh no, we don't need this right now. And like Jean's basically getting hotboxed by the freaking leaves at the moment. And thankfully, he's following through on this vision of Alex, which was really, really great, really pleasant. The only voice lines we've heard of her. And I will never get over the fact that the cat killed the child over being lied to, being deceived. He wasn't lied to, he was deceived. She told him one thing, and then it changed to another thing, and then that led the cat to spiral out of control. And because there's no other person in the Ever After to fix the cat, because the cat's supposed to be the fixer, things kind of devolved and got out of hand. Which I want to talk about that as well when we get a little further into the discussion. But yeah, meanwhile, we actually Did anyone notice that there was literally two cats fighting each other? I was like, oh my god, it's a cat fight, literally. And Blake still can't manage to win a 1v1. Unless Yang is there. No offense. Or RWBY. No offense, but like Blake is like literally like now that's not fair. I know Blake has won some of her 1v1s, but it's like, come on, Blake. You know? You're better than this. I knew someone was gonna. That's why I retract my statement. I was like, she did beat Torchwick on the train in Volume 2 back in 2014. Let's definitely give her that credit as if it's holding up to this day. You know? I'm glad she didn't get that rematch. Torchwick would have had a field day. I thought that was Weiss. Well, here's the thing, right? Blake doesn't get a whole lot of like combative action. I think she almost acts like a pseudo support kind of. Like Weiss is like the mage support. Blake is like the rogue support. And like I can't help but think I think the last 1v1 fight she was in was with like the Senator Grim, like the nasty looking one in volume I think it was 7. And she literally was getting freaking rocked. She was getting thrown all over the place. And the whole time she was like, RWBY, I need help. You need to help me. Get up. We need you. I need you. And then RWBY saved her ass. Yeah, volume 8. That's what it was. Yeah. And so I'm like, and then she gets into this fight and she's also not doing well. And I'm like, Blake, are you okay? Are you all right? So yeah. I was rooting for her, and then I'm like, oh no, she's got to take this L. Also, she's sorry. Also, she's like fighting like a pseudo Neo, so maybe she was just never meant to beat Neo. Because this cat literally finessed the hell out of her. And then we got Freezer Burn, and this reminded me of volume 2 and volume 7, because no, volume 2. I almost thought of volume 7 because I remember that Weiss against Marrow, she used ice on the floor and then she used fire. So she pulled off. She was like, you know what? I don't need Yang. I can do my own Freezer Burn. God damn it. So yeah, that was the volume 2 moment. But see, Weiss is so good. She's like, hey, I did that one attack with Yang like 5, 6, 7 years ago, but now I'm so goated, I can do all of the attacks by myself. I don't need my teammates. My teammates need me. Yeah, I guess her semblance is mostly defensive too, but I don't know, man. Also, actually, yeah, Yang. See, here's the thing. I guess her semblance did evolve because she can interact with her own semblances, like with her own clones. Like in volume, I think it was volume 4. She like grabbed one, like she summoned a clone, and her clone grabbed her and threw her up when she was fighting the giant sea Phalon Grim. But yeah, I'm not gonna shit on Blake. It's whatever. She's more like, she excels when she's with Yang. She like, whenever her and Yang are fighting together, like she's unstoppable. But like, I feel like she's not like a main DPS. I thought that was Sun. No, no, she jumped off of, I think she jumped on Sun in that fight. But no, like her clone grabbed her and threw her up, or one of them did. Did you notice that Yang can now turn burn on and off? We talked about this a couple chapters ago. I don't think she's turning it on and off. I think she's triggering her semblance herself, and she's always done this, mind you. So you know how like we talked about this in the chapter where like RWBY went off on her team? I think it was chapter 7. Yeah, I think it was chapter 7. But my theory is that because Yang has to take damage in order to dish it back, and that's mainly how her semblance activates. Whenever Yang punches and she does like this stance, she's inflicting self-damage. So like this actually hurts if you do it really hard. And if Yang does it hard enough, she's hitting herself, which is self-triggering her semblance to get a buff. And that's what caused her hair to like go Super Saiyan. That's my headcanon. That's what I think happens. So that's what I think happens, at least. Obviously, she's not going to do it to the point where she like breaks her freaking wrist and she loses her aura, but just enough to where she can just go into the fight a bit stronger. But I actually think that's my headcanon. That I've thought about that for a while, and after that episode I talked about it. So and it's accurate too. It kind of works because her just turning the semblance on and off, I'm like, that doesn't make sense. She has to take damage in order to dish it back. But like the only way I would see that working is if it's just for like visual effect, but that's usually her semblance. You can tell it's her semblance. So I was like, I'm gonna make it make sense, damn it, and there you have it. So like Yang's semblance now is like literally the definition of why are you hitting yourself? You know, stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself. It's like if she hits herself, she just gets stronger. And I think it's kind of clever too, because you would never really think about it in the moment. So I think that kind of works out. So it's like, you can hit me or I can hit me. And I think it works. I think it makes sense. What if it evolved to where she doesn't need to? It just wouldn't work then, because like the nature of her semblance, like you still, I don't know how her semblance would evolve necessarily, to be honest. Because then there's no downside to her semblance if she's not like, the whole point of it is that like you're dishing, like it's like a return to sender moment. Yeah, because then she'd be more like Adam, which is just kind of like, she was talking shit about him using, he's like, oh man, he can dish out damage without having to feel it. That's cheap. But like, if she ends up doing that too, then it's like, oh, well, I guess that makes you lesser too as well. Oh, like a berserker? Yeah, you know what? I can kind of see that. In League of Legends, there's a character named Tryndamere, and his ultimate is if you activate his ult before he dies, so like if he's getting chunked and he's about to die, he activates his ult, which is called Undying, and for 5 seconds, which is a long time in League, for 5 seconds, he can't be killed, and he just does crazy cracked damage. Like, he basically goes berserk mode, and if you basically have to survive that 5 seconds to kill him, and in that 5 seconds he has the chance to kill you. So maybe that could work. I can see it. Yeah, he's almost kind of like a barbarian, almost like a berserker barbarian style. But like Yang doesn't lose control of herself though, so I feel like that's only I mean, that doesn't have to be a downside, but it just kind of fundamentally changes how we've known her semblance to work. Or maybe it's just like her semblance doesn't evolve, her hair just gets more and more closer to being literal fire. Because that's how it's always been. Like, look at her hair in volume 2? Or look at her hair in volume 1, look at it in volume 2, volume 3, and like all of the evolutions of her hair being fire. Even this volume, like with the fight with the toy knights. But yeah. Yang, oh my god. I guess you can say Yang is a barbarian. I don't want to do this anymore, guys. I don't want to do this anymore. Oh my god. That was actually really good. I'll give credit where credit's due. All right, guys. Jean's galaxy brain plan. Let's get hotboxed, ladies and gentlemen. He's like, burn the leaves. Burn the leaves. Let's hotbox this bitch. And it's great to see that in the last 20 years, Jean's mental faculties have not diminished. He is still an excellent strategist. Actually, I think Alex kind of helped him in this moment too. So, actually, no. You know what happened? He got hotboxed. And then he realized drugs are the answer. He's like, I just got high. And Team RWBY got high a few episodes back. So, drugs. The answer is drugs, ladies and gentlemen. And still, he came to a galaxy brain conclusion. I approve. I know Jean won't stay his age. I know Jean won't. Wait, I knew Jean wouldn't stay his age because Volume 9, Ever After rules and politics reminded me of Narnia. When the main characters go back, they all revert in age. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I guess. I mean, they honored that to an extent in terms of like. It just would have also been really weird if like if there was like a freaking middle-aged Jean going back to the Vacuo. That would have been I don't know. That would have been. You know what I just thought? Oh my god, you know what I just thought? You know how oh my god, do you know how like he doesn't have the rusted armor anymore? Like the blacksmith or like Alex's wish reverted Jean back to a younger Jean. So does that mean his sword is fixed? Did she like give him a little extra? And she was like, you know what? Let me fix the sword that broke in. Like, I wonder if like his armor is fixed and he's aged back. So I wonder if as like an added bonus if she fixed the sword. Because like I was really surprised that he was still using the broken sword while he was here. I thought he would have had the blacksmith forge it, but I didn't realize the blacksmith was actually like the essence of the tree. So yeah, I'm just curious. We'll have to wait to see, but yeah. So the sword is repaired. I'm only saying that because his armor reverted. His armor isn't rusted anymore. It's like his old armor. But I know he came to the Ever After with a broken sword to begin with. So if it's still broken, it makes sense. But if it gets repaired, I want like that'd be kind of nice. Because my guy's been living his last 20 years with a broken sword. And I'm like, bro, that could be fixed. Bro, we just went over this in the chat. Well, guess what? Welcome to my live stream. I'm talking about it now. Let's see. Zach Feifel, thank you for the super chat. I was very apathetic with RWBY's arc this volume. Instead of developing and degrading, she stayed the exact same as before. No, I disagree. They actually talked about this in the RWBY roundtable, but like RWBY became the version of herself that she believed in, which is not the version of herself that was prior to this. It's a very subtle change. And you can actually tell, like when you see RWBY, when she comes out of her ascension cocoon, she is not the same character. That is a different Ruby Rose. I've never seen that Ruby Rose before in the entirety of the show. And it's very subtle. And if you see it, you see it. If you don't, I don't know what to tell you. But like even Eddie said that. Carrie, oh my God, Carrie put it perfectly. He said something along the lines of she chose. What did he? I forgot what he said, but he said something along the lines of she chose the version of herself. I don't know what it is. She's okay, yeah. She is the self that chose herself. Thank you so much, Raijin. Yeah, she is the self that chose herself, which is different than the RWBY before, because the RWBY before wanted to be somebody else. It's very subtle, but I really liked how he phrased it. Yeah. Eddie said that she could have chosen to be anyone and she chose her, which is not like, if you want to boil it down, yeah, RWBY is RWBY. but she's also she's like an elevated version of herself. Now, if you wanted more than that, if you wanted it to go differently, that's completely fine. But, no, not Beacon Arc RWBY. Beacon Arc RWBY is, Beacon Arc RWBY was very, what's the word I'm looking for? Naive? She didn't reset herself back to Beacon. She is an ideal version of herself. Yeah, unseasoned. Ooh, I love that one. Yeah, Volume 1 RWBY is unseasoned. I like that. I appreciate that that descriptive detail. It's a subtlety thing. Like, she didn't have to become like this brand new realized character. If you wanted somebody else, like we all thought she was going to become somebody else, I feel like that would have also been like a really poor message to send. It's like, hey, if you ever want, if things get too bad, just be somebody else. That's like some Persona 5 nonsense. I'm like, I don't know if we should be taught, like, that's like delusion, you know? But to realize that she was enough and she had to choose herself to realize that, I do think that that's a form of development. But, you know, if you wanted something more, I can see how that doesn't, it's not enough. Ironically enough, it's not enough. In this entire plot, in this entire theme of you are enough, this was not enough. But yeah. Let's see. Gordon, thank you for the $5 super chat. Not gonna lie, since the volume is over, I wouldn't be surprised if volume 10 takes a year or two to be released, just like any other anime that gets another season. Yeah, we talked about that earlier. If they talk about it at RTX this year, I'm expecting it to release next holiday or holiday, fall, winter season. So yeah. All right, give me 1 second, gamers. Nimble Fox, hey, what's going on, dude? Appreciate you stopping by. I took it as she was only using enough of her stored power to give herself a slight boost. It harkens back to her training with Tai. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah. You're talking about the Yang semblance situation? Well, I mean, she doesn't store energy like Nora. Like, Nora can store electricity. But, like, Yang's semblance is very definitive that she deals she can only activate her semblance in a pinch, and she can't rely on it. Because it's very emotion-based. Like, it's well, the way that Tai mentioned it, too, is, like, maybe she can invoke power from her emotions, right? She's like a mood ring, kind of. I wish they would explain if her emotions can trigger her semblance, or if her semblance is only a product of taking damage. Because that would be a nice counter. Because that would be in the realm of, like, a berserker, where it's like, because he even said it, he was like, you know, not everyone's semblance is essentially a temper tantrum. So it's like, if she allows herself to get upset, she gets stronger, but she loses control. Or she gets hit and she can take it and dish it back. So that her semblance might have two parts to it. That might be more of what it is. I have to, like, I'm gonna maybe tweet at Eddie and follow up just to get, like, clarification. I know we have the Remnant book, but yeah, literally emotional damage. That's literally her semblance. Oh, man. Ian Moore, welcome to the stream. Better late than never. I appreciate you being here. Super late, but I wanted to say that Summer Roses, your one to talk was so venomous I flinched. Yeah, you know, it's I went on a 30-minute discussion about Raven, so I don't want to go down that rabbit hole again. We're 2 hours into the discussion, and I don't even think we still have like the fight sequence. We still have the God talk. We have so much more to get through. But yeah, like yeah, she definitely clapped back at Raven with that mention. Hawk, thank you for the super chat. His sword has to stay broken so he can be the wielder of the relic of destruction. He also got reverted to before he fell, and it was already broken. Yeah, I said that second part. Guys, I don't know if anyone remembers this. I would have to go through like my old volume 4, volume 5 live stream discussions or even videos. But I remember making a theory or talking about, I was like, what if, because I used to think, I still think, I was like, oh my gosh, Jean is an important character. And his sword was from the Great War, and it's an heirloom from his great-great-grandfather. And I was like, oh, what if that was Ozpin? Because Ozpin had the Sword of Destruction during the Great War. And I think, like, I did that entire, like, Arc family theory. And I was like, I originally was like, I wonder if Jean's heirloom sword was the Sword of Destruction. But he just didn't know. And because it has, like, a password like Jin, it was just like a basic bitch sword for him. But now they could potentially make it so Jean uses the Sword of Destruction. I just don't know if there's any drawbacks to it, right? That's another thing too, guys. Let's talk, let's deviate for a little bit and I'll get back on track. We talked about this in the Discord a few weeks ago in a previous episode. We were talking about the Vacuo relic so much that we were like, bro, I just want this volume to be over. I want Vacuo already. What do you guys think the Sword of Destruction does? Because each relic has a core ability, but it also has like a restriction, so it's not completely broken, right? 3 questions every 100 years from Jin. That being, you can know any 3 things, but that's all you get for your lifetime. The Staff of Creation, you can create anything you want, barring you know how to make it to a T. And if you make it a specific way, you're going to get the thing you asked for. So that way it's like, you know, it's... And you can only make one thing at a time, so you can't make like an army of whatevers, you know? So that's that restriction. I expect the Sword of Destruction to be able to destroy, but what would be a restriction for a weapon like that? It can destroy, but it can't kill. Well, you also have to apply this to the Great War World of Remnant, because I'm pretty sure that World of Remnant implies that Ozpin was the last king of Vale, and he went into that fight with 3 relics. He went into the fight with the scepter, which I think I think he went in with 2. The scepter might have been his cane, but he had the sword and he had the crown. So if that Sword of Destruction laid waste to countless people in the war, it definitely can kill. Ooh, that's interesting. It drains your life. Which the only 2 people that would benefit would be Salem and Ozpin then. Because if it shortens your lifespan, motherfucker just dies and comes back, finds the sword, and picks up where he left off. It's pretty, what's the word I'm looking for? It would only be morally good to do that once the souls have merged, right? Imagine Ozpin just starts using the Sword of Destruction while Oscar is still conscious and like his own self. Like once the merge happens, then you can do whatever because you're all together. But yeah, we didn't think about that, potentially like draining your life. So like an average Joe would be able to like, oh yeah, I can kill a bunch of people. It's like a Death Note. Now that I think, yeah, literally, Squall, you said it too. It's like a Death Note. Like a Death Note gives you the ability to kill anybody if you know their name and you write it in the book with envisioning their face. But if you take the Shinigami Eyes deal, you can see anyone's name just by looking at them, but it cuts your life in half. It cuts your lifespan in half. So I assume that it causes destruction at the cost of life. I think that would be a very interesting trade-off for it to work out that way. No, Ozpin confirmed that the cane is not a relic unless he lied to RWBY in Volume 5, but Ozpin did say the cane's not a relic. Hey, Hawk, my guess, it can either cut through anything or wound whatever, or whatever it wounds, it can't be healed. Drawbacks, drains your aura or life if you use it. Whatever damage you cause is dealt back to yourself. Not sure. Yeah, that seems... Also, I'm very interested to see if there's to meet the spirit within the Sword of Destruction. You know, because all of the relics seem to be in tune with their relic's nature, right? So Jin is just like, hey, I know everything. Ambrosius is a colorful character who's excited about technology and tinkering and creating. So I wonder if the destruction relic is going to have a thirst. He's like, he's eager for anyone to use him. He's like, you know what? Go crazy, dude. I just want to see people, and I want to see damage and destruction and chaos. You know? It's kind of like the theory that one of the relics, if there were any relic that embodies the god of darkness, it would have to be destruction, to where it would almost be a spirit that would embrace that kind of stuff. It's the perfect weapon for a villain. The god of it's like a god of war. Oh, a warmonger. Yeah, I can see that. He's like, war never changes. I saw someone earlier mention King Arthur, like the sword out of the stone. That would be cool if that's how they have to get it, actually. If the sword is in like a stone, like they have to, like, on like some freaking Breath of the Wild Master Sword type shit. Like you have to like some like Excalibur. Yeah, you got to like pull it out of a stone. Yeah, that would be neat. That would tie in another fairy tale into the world of Remnant. But yeah, so anyways, let's get back on track. I feel like I'm going off on tangents like crazy tonight. So the hotbox situation is happening. The cat done goofed. I thought this was a really smart plan. At first, I didn't understand what was going on. I didn't realize it until Jean was like, well, you may be a cat of the ever after, but you're in the body of someone who's still affected by drugs. So I loved that. And he was just like, he's like, yo, just get a good whiff. He's like, oh, you're taking a page out of the Caterpillar's book. He's like, the smoke doesn't affect me. And then it's like, well, it affects Neo. And I was like, Jean, you galaxy brain, I love you so much. Jean's come a long way from Hit It Harder, let me tell you. Also, Neo cannot hang. Actually, I don't know. Like, that was like the equivalent to like a bong hit that the cat just did there. That was no puff puff pass situation. You know what I mean? Like, she probably took in a bit more than the recommended amount. But yeah, I thought that was a really great Hit It Harder. Yeah, volume 4 with the Petrogigas. He was like, guys, we just hit it harder. And then Ren's like, is that it? Yeah, and that was a Jean strategy back then. He's come a long way, let me tell you. But yeah, this was great. I liked this. Also, shout out to this cool ass effect. I'll also tell you, this took me so long. This took me so long to get. This is like a split second like flash effect in the episode. and I wanted to capture it for the discussion so bad. I was like, oh my God, this is so annoying. I kept missing it by like a hair. And Crunchyroll doesn't have like the YouTube feature where you can pause and you can like accelerate frame by frame. I wish they had that, but unfortunately YouTube is still goated with their video player. But yeah, so you can see the split. You can see Neo on the left, the cat on the right. This is like an existential, like astral projection moment right here. The cat realizes that it's losing control. Neo realizes that she's under the influence. Yeah, this is like a way too dank moment. I can hear Jean calling the cat Baka. Yeah, well, hey, we could potentially get that if they do a Japanese dub for this volume. Crackpot theory: Jean stabs Cinder with the Sword of Destruction, but Cinder is revealed to be immortal, having fallen into the fountain in Volume 5. Oh, no, we don't talk about that theory. All right. Even if that was the fountain, the effects of the fountain were bestowed upon the gods. This is a godless world, okay? We are not going back to that Volume 5 theory. We're not doing it. That was just Cinder's bathwater. That's all that was. Before the Cinder stands are like, yo, how do I get to Mistral? I gotta get there for research. I don't care what anybody says. I've loved how they've evolved the cat with every episode. My biggest disappointment is that there was no concept art for this cat at the end of the episode because they gave like official credits for the episode. Cause like in episode 3, they gave concept art for the cat's original design. And then when the cat like transformed and took over Neo in episode 8, they gave concept art for that cat. And then this one, it evolved again, and I'm like, oh man, I might have to like maybe ask one of the artists on Twitter if they have those like those turnaround concepts. But yeah, also this cat's giving me big like Incineroar vibes. Like if you colored this cat red and black, it would literally be Incineroar from Pokemon. But I love the design. That shit's so freaking cool. God, that thing looks so dope. I loved it. I popped off so hard when I saw that. I was like, bro, this cat is literally the best freaking character in the volume. I don't even care. Incineroar from the top, bro. RKO out of nowhere. Watch out, watch out. Oh my God. You know what? Someone needs to dub that now. Someone needs to dub the RKO out of nowhere right there. With the watch out. And then it just freaking, they just get wrecked. Oh my God. That's a meme right there, dude. Make it happen. Oh, that's great. So, shout out to the OST that plays during this scene here. Do-do-do-do. I'm not doing it justice, but I can hear it in my mind's ear. Okay? It's so good. I've loved the instrumentals this entire volume. I can't wait, bro. Like the soundtrack, I'm actually really hyped for the instrument, like for the scores. Super, super excited for the scores. But yeah, so this was where she had to make a choice. She had to become someone else to take the burden, or be enough to handle the burden, or become someone that can handle it. And meanwhile, her friends are fighting for their goddamn life, and another cat fight. Okay, if Neo couldn't, I love how Blake still tries. It's like, Blake, you fought the cat when it was in Neo's body and you failed, and now this cat is like 3 times your height. And your girlfriend's also getting tossed around. I don't think y'all got this. I'm sorry. You know, I'll give you credit for putting up a fight, but I don't know, man. It's on site with cats. But Jin said that the fountain granted her immortality. None. Well, wait, hold on. It was the god's will, but they specifically dropped her in the pool to do it. The god of light said to Salem, she said, "What did you do to me?" And he said, "I have made you immortal." He said he did that. He said, "I have made you immortal." He didn't say the pool made her immortal. So I almost think that through the fountain, he imbued it with the immortality on her specifically. But I don't think the fountain waters themselves give immortality, because that would create a freaking crazy hysterical issue for anyone that found that out. Like, I'm surprised people weren't jumping in that fountain after the whole Cinder fiasco. I'm sorry, after, like, Salem's initial fiasco. Holy water? SDC polluted it? Yeah. Hey, you want to know what other water's in Mistral? Lake Matsu. Why can't that be the lake, the fountain? There's a lot of bodies of water. I don't necessarily know if all their locations have to be like more important than they are. How hard was he hit? Jean, oh my god, Jean got like clotheslined in the form of a punch. So Jean charged. It's like an unstoppable force meets an immovable object. So like Jean was moving and he just sent his ass flying the other way and knocked the wind out of him, most likely, and broke his aura. So, and he got punched in the gut. Like, definitely knocked the wind out of him. And that was like a one-hitter quitter right there. Yeah, and this man's just like spitting up his lunch too. Like, you see that? That's like a spit take right there. He was like, oh man. So much so that Juniper needed to come in and save him. Yeah. It's only made worse because Jean like went in. So he just like, that force was just, he like dished it back to him and then some. The god cat punch. Let's see. Amelia, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. Do you think that Salem could ascend? Because you don't need to die, and it's a power 1 above the brothers too. I was actually talking to Cal. I think I was talking to Cal about that. No, not Cal. I forgot who I was talking about that to. But I did have conversations about that. I actually think we will see the Ever After again. No, I think it was Cal that I mentioned this to. But I think we will see the Ever After again. Whether it's because the brothers go back home or because Salem... Because here was the initial plan, right? The initial thought was, why don't we just throw the relics in the Ever After and then no one can get them? Or what if we just throw Salem in the Ever After and she can't get out until she goes through the story and like finds herself? You know what I mean? Like RWBY had to go through this whole journey for them to get out of here. Even if Salem read the story, she still wouldn't learn her lesson. So, I don't know. Like, the god's power is of the Ever After, so ascending won't make her not immortal. It might change who she is, but I don't know. You know? Technically speaking, Salem is a product of the gods. The gods created humans. The gods, like, she's a product of the Ever... That's actually crazy when you think about it. I mean, that's what the blacksmith was talking about too. They were like, humanity is a product of the creations of the Ever After, which is cool. Cause like, they're just extraordinary creatures. They're capable of so much, even beyond what gods could have anticipated. You know, look at Salem. Salem is the product of the gods. in more ways than one, because they really like toyed with her. But she also has to, you know, they were also trying to instill a lesson that she is too stubborn and maybe even too far gone to even remember or realize or commit to at this point. Like, she's petty. Lara1291, thank you for the super chat. All right, I have to go to bed. It's almost 1 in the morning. I'm so excited for Volume 10 and the content and just RWBY season overall. Have a great weekend, everyone. Thank you so much. We're going to be crossing our fingers that we get Volume 10 information this summer. But thank you so much for the support. Hopefully you can check out the rest of the VOD after you wake up tomorrow or whatever time zone you're in. But thank you. I appreciate it. It shows the gods ascending into a different form. I don't think the gods are ascending as much as they're just shape-shifting. Like, they definitely aged, but like when we see them in Remnant, they turn from dragon form to like human, like humanoid form. So I think that was just them aging, like growing up. And then like their dragon forms are like who they truly are. Like their human selves are like how they relate to their next creation, which was mankind. And then their dragon forms are like their native forms of the ever after. So it's like they have an afterin form and then they have a human form, or a remnant form technically, because they had to get kicked out because they're getting noise complaints. The Greater Scope Villain, thank you for the super chat. That's certainly grander than Beacons. I wonder what the extra effort was for. Oh, hold on. It's certainly grander than Beacons. I wonder what the extra effort was for. Cinder's first line, seeing the vault. Oh, I see. Oz's extra effort maybe to prevent the pool under the vault being discovered. No, I think the extra effort was because the beacon vault was so basic. Like, I think the beacon vault was basic to kind of misdirect them. So when she went to the Mistral one, and the Mistral one was actually set up properly, it's like, oh shit, this one's a little different than the one that I've been to. At least that's my interpretation. Like your theory on that is it hinges on that pool being of the gods, but if not, then what else would it imply other than like she's comparing it to the vault that she saw at Beacon that wasn't very sophisticated or supernatural. Yeah, the Beacon vault was a decoy. Like, yeah, for sure. Shane Train, to summarize this volume, RWBY embarked. Team RWBY embarked on their journey through the ever after to get to the tree to get back to Remnant. Shane Train, everybody. I hope you enjoy your 5 seconds of fame. Dan gives you a 5 out of 10. Hey, that was better than the Barbara pun earlier. You gave that one a 4 out of 10. The freaking tree puns, man. God damn it. All right, anyways, even Alex's blade is here. So I guess these blades just represent anyone in RWBY's subconscious that she feels might be able to like swap identities with. And I completely understand choosing herself. I also, a part of me understands, but I'm also kind of, it sometimes fascinates me how other people don't see a similar perspective to me. Like, I know everyone's different and everyone sees things differently, but I sometimes wonder, like, can you see where I'm coming from? Or is it just your perspective and that's it? Because, like, a lot of people, like, not a lot of people, I don't want to generalize here, but I have seen a lot of, like, sentiment that, like, oh, so RWBY did all of this and still wants to be herself, so how or why? Like, why does she want to be herself instead of somebody else again? And I think partially, I think it's because of her mom. And it's like she hears what her mother said to her before she left. She says, I love you just the way you are. Always. And I also think messaging wise, it's probably important to realize. So here's another thing too. So I think it was Eddie that mentioned that Alex died in the Ever After. Humans cannot ascend if they die. And like at the end of the day, like I feel like humans in general are capable of denying ascension because they already have everything that they need to change. The Afterins don't have that luxury. The Afterins need to be pushed in a direction. That's how they are by design. But like the spirit of, like, I guess the spirit of the human soul is that like we are everything and we're nothing. We are capable of whatever we put our minds to. And after struggling and trying to find a scapegoat, can I be Alex? Can I be this guy? Can I be this sword person? Am I even worth being, am I even enough to handle this burden? The fact that after everything she chose herself, I think that's just a product of just being being human and realizing, like, just kind of consolidating everything, like boiling everything down to just like, I've made it this far. Do I really want to reset? Do I really truly believe that I am not enough? Or have I been pushed to this point by all of these external factors? And so yeah, I post my reactions every Saturday. My reaction will be going up tomorrow at 10:30, which is an hour earlier because we don't, there's no more episodes. So it's going up at 10:30 tomorrow. Her choice here makes perfect sense. It was a bit rushed for some people, but all that trauma just went away like that. I just wanted to have a cool new outfit that reflects her growth, but this is fine. Yeah, I was expecting a new outfit change too, but we're literally getting new outfits in Vacuo. We pretty much get new outfits in every region, and they've been having these outfits for a while now, especially when you consider how many years it took for this volume to come out. So I'm okay with it. Like, I'll be honest with you, I was originally expecting her to become her mother, or like a version of her mother, or like a hybrid of her mother. And I was like, oh, that's hype, that's Pog, that's so cool. But I also didn't stop to think about, like, I was also contemplating that, like, you can't really change RWBY. Like, that would change her personality. That would change her memories and everything about her, which was the entire, that was the anxiety factor of all of this, was like, how are they going to change her without changing her? And I guess the assumption here was that if you've gone this far, ascension is inevitable. You do not have a chance to change your mind. Yeah, it would be character assassination. Yeah, that's the best way to put it. Like, this character that we've known for 9 volumes is literally gone, and we just have to accept something new. You know? That would also kind of sever every type of connection that this character has with the show, which I guess I should have seen that coming, right? I should have foreseen RWBY being enough to realize that she is able to overcome anything. And that should be the message at the end of the day, right? Like, we are able to overcome anything. Whether time heals wounds, whether we have support systems, there is nothing in life that is worth us giving up everything we've experienced to make life easier. And like, even if it's not about the message, right? Because like, you know, like, I understand that this show at the end of the day has like, means a lot to people, like, and people take away a lot from the show in that regard. But at the same time, this show isn't responsible. Like, it's not like they're like trying to indoctrinate the youth or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, they're trying to tell a story, and regardless of the message, if that's the intent of your work, that's the intent of your work. So I'm not going to be like, oh, they can't do that because what message is that sending to the children? Like, I don't give a shit about that kind of stuff when it comes to works of fiction, right? I care about that more outside in the real world. You know, I understand that sometimes like fiction can bleed into like how we behave in reality, but like at the end of the day, I don't want that to be, because that becomes a crutch at the end of the day, to say to yourself as a writer, as a creative, whatever, oh, I can't talk about these topics because I'll be scrutinized for it, or I'm projecting a message. It's like, I don't think anything is, just like criticism, nothing is above criticism. I think any type of story you want to tell, as long as it's not like heinous or illegal, should be on the table. But I still think that it is worthwhile, because at the end of the day, this is a young adult show, by the way. This isn't a show that's here to like revolutionize, you know, the industry and, you know, breaking down walls and, you know, smashing the freaking glass ceiling and doing things that have never been done before. This is a young adult show that at the end of the day, you also want it to convey those optimistic themes and messages. You know, it's a coming of age show as well, I would say. And so I just feel like this is the appropriate path for RWBY, and for herself as well. She's in her formative years technically too. Like, I don't care what anyone says. Like, I feel like you're still in your formative years even when you become a legal adult. Like, I feel like you really kind of come into your own by like your mid to late 20s. Like, by that point, you're pretty much solidified. Like, fundamentally, the person you are is solidified, I think. And I'm basing that off of my own life experience. But like, RWBY's what? She's like 17 right now. People are like, why are you changing your mind, Ruby Rose? You can't just go on this journey and then pivot on the second to last episode. I expected you to stick to your guns. And it's like, that's the problem with society. I feel like people aren't allowed to change in the eyes of others. And, or reflect. You know what I mean? Like, a reflection. I feel like people are like, oh, you're going to reflect? You better be reflecting for years. You better make that shit feel believable to the point where it's like, okay, I'm going to come back to you in 2 years and I expect you to really understand and know yourself and have like a valid reason for changing. You know? It's not like we're trying to tell a volume story in 10 episodes or something. But all that aside, pacing's always going to be an issue with this show, I think, because they have, art, what's it called? Like, art has to meet commerce in the middle, and, they don't have unlimited budget. I don't know what their budget is for this show. I can't really be like, oh, you could have done more. Like, what the fuck do I know? I'm just a consumer. I'm just someone engaging with the product. I'm making content out of it. I'm benefiting from this show. I'm a very rare case, but at the end of the day, I think that this was good for Ruby Rose, who has been very static in the sense of like not really expressing herself, not really like just kind of being like a ticking time bomb that almost chose to be someone else. Came really close. That anticipation was definitely there. And maybe because she chose herself in the end, it retroactively feels different now. But I don't know, week to week for me, I really felt like she was going to be somebody else. And it took her mother, it took the tree, it took some introspection. And like, that would have been heartbreaking for her sister. That would have been heartbreaking for her team, for her father, to go back home and be like, wow, my daughter's life, my daughter really looked at her life and said to herself, I don't want this. You know? And there's an allegory for that in and of itself that you don't even want to go down. So I think that it was an appropriate decision. RWBY has so much more life to live, so much more growth to have. This was very much like a bump in the road. This almost kind of feels like the situation where, like, if I was transported to my high school today and I'd look around at like the freshmen, the sophomores, the juniors, the seniors, and like the shit that they go through, like the drama, the shit talking, the, you know, the insecurities, the bullying, I can see how that is the most important thing to kids in high school. But me as an adult who's lived that experience, who's gone through that experience, I could also look at them and be like, yeah, don't worry about it. It's not that bad. But like, that's also denying them that process, like, of just realizing they have to go through it themselves to realize that, oh, in hindsight, it really didn't matter. Like, it was something that I could get through, you know? So I feel like for RWBY, she kind of deserves that too. She can even look back at this and be like, wow, I can't believe I really came close to throwing my life away when I was strong enough to get through it. I just needed help. So for RWBY, for Summer, I feel like her mom was a big part of this. Like, Summer Rose has been littered throughout the entire volume. I'm pretty sure Summer Rose had a bit of influence too, especially if she put herself in her mother's shoes in terms of like the expectations and stuff like that. And the last thing she hears before going towards her weapon is her mom telling her that she is fine just the way she is. And I think that that was kind of like the final push she needed. But yeah. So I loved this though. She was like, what if I choose me? She's like, well then, maybe that girl is enough. And I loved that message. And then the dun, 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 like the iconic Red Like Roses melody. Red Like Roses Part 3, Guide My Way. I never thought I'd see the day, dude. I cannot wait for this soundtrack, just for that song alone. And it's gonna feel like, dude, Casey must have been freaking like bouncing off the walls. Imagine taking over the music of RWBY after your father's worked on it for volumes and you get to compose and create Red Like Roses Part 3, bro. That's huge. Like, Red Like Roses Part 2, I think, is the most popular RWBY song in the series. I will argue that that is definitely the most popular song in the show. And like, I don't know. I also feel like there's going to be a lot of expectations because it's like a sequel to the previous bit, you know? But I just think it's so cool. I've loved the music the entire volume. I really like Edge. I was listening to it last night and I'm just like, bro, I'm so happy for her. I'm so happy for her and Martine and the whole gang. Peter Jones, Matthew Wang, like all of them did a phenomenal job with the scores and with the vocals themselves. And I just hope they had fun. You know, I hope it wasn't too stressful. I hope it wasn't too you know what I mean? Like, I also feel like they probably had a lot of time to work on it because of the pandemic and stuff like that. But I just hope they enjoyed the process and they learned a thing or two, and I hope they continue to work on the on the music moving forward as well. And I love how it the dad just freaking baton passes to the daughter, and she's like, I'll make you proud, Dad. And then we get banger after banger every episode. And the intro too, Inside. I haven't listened to the full version of Inside yet. But yeah. Yeah. I love that too, because Jeff and Casey and the gang back in the day made Red Like Roses Part 1 and Part 2. And then Casey just like, your first task, create Red Like Roses Part 3. No pressure. You know? And it's like the challenge accepted meme. God, it was so good. It was so good. And then you can hear like the red like roses fills my dreams. Yo! God, that's so good. I love that. I literally thought it was going to be red like a different, I thought it was going to be a different rendition of Red Like Roses. But oh my goodness, bro, that is iconic. That shit took me back to 2013. Oh, man. And it went really well with the music, too. So everyone sees Ruby's okay. She's herself. Jean is like, I just got freaking gut punched, but let me just add my own little 2 cents here. And he even says it, too. He says she knew what she needed to be the whole time. She has... I just want to say this for anyone that needs to hear it. You have everything you could possibly need. Like, it's... I feel like I'm trying to get, like, super philosophical here. But, like I said earlier, we are so unique. I'm unique. None of you will ever be like me, which makes me extraordinary. All right? You will never be Arnold Delgado Murderer, aka Murder of Birds. But guess what? The same way that I'm extraordinary in that, right? I will never, ever get to be you, which makes you extraordinary. Like, when you really stop and think about it, that in of itself is like a miracle. It's like so profound. And it's cheesy, I'm sure. It's like, okay, Arnold, let's relax now, okay? Like, we're all just living our lives. We're all just kind of getting through the same way. But, like, I really feel like that's what the volume, the entire message of the volume, like, when you see this Ruby Rose pop out, it's, like, that's really what it comes down to. It's like, we all have we have everything we could possibly need when we come into this world the same way that we leave it. We might grab a thing or two here and there, right? We might find friends. We might find loved ones. We might find interests, hobbies. But at the end of the day, you only need you. And, like, you are everything and nothing at the same time. And that's why I love Edge. Because I feel like Edge is, like... In my head, I think of The Edge, which is the name of the credit song, is like... Changing is really hard. It's a lot easier said than done. I will be the first one to tell any of you guys, I struggle with wanting to change things about myself. If it was easy, everyone would be able to do it like that. Whether it's a lifestyle choice, reaching out to people and communicating more, being more transparent, like whatever the case might be, it's hard. And I try as much as I can every day to just be like, okay, Arnold, you're gonna make a little bit more progress, and if you fall off, you just get back up and you try again. And I do that a lot. I try again a lot, and I feel like the Edge symbolizes that, like, change only comes when you are pushed to the edge, when you have literally no other option. I remember, I think it was Legend of Korra. I think it was season 2. There was a situation, I don't want to spoil it, but there was a situation, and there was a character that presented themselves, and they basically said, something along the lines of, when we are at our lowest is when we are open to the most change. And that shit has lived with me ever since like 2012 when I watched that season, or whenever it came out. And another movie that I remember, a similar thing, I think it's called The Day After Tomorrow. I think Keanu Reeves is in that movie. And it was that movie's really cool. It's like about aliens and about like the end of the world and all that type of shit. And like the aliens come to the planet to destroy everyone here, because it's like, oh, you human beings, you'll never change. And like there was like a professor that was basically saying it's only at the precipice of like our extinction that we will find the will to change. Like, change will only come when you are sick and tired of how things have been. And like that, I was literally sitting in my chair, like getting teared up, listening to The Edge, because I was like, bro, I feel like that's what the song is about. Or at least that's what the song means to me. It's all about interpretation. But I genuinely feel... Oh, wait, is it The Day the Earth Stood Still? Okay, that's what it was. Yeah, that's the movie. I always get those two movies mixed up. The Day the Earth Stood Still and The Day After Tomorrow. I don't know why. It's like a different... Yeah, I think that's because they're both kind of like apocalyptic kind of events going on. Yeah, the day that... Yeah, because Keanu Reeves is in that movie. Yeah, my bad. But yeah, I remember... I watched that movie ages ago, but that's like the one line that stuck with me in that movie. And I was like, damn, bro, that is so true. And I guess I have to just continue to keep trying until I'm tired, until I'm sick and tired of trying. But I'll get there, you know? And it's not going to happen overnight. It's not going to be easy. It's going to take baby steps. And then those steps will turn into walks. And then those walks will turn into power walks. And then strides. And then I'm going to be like fucking Usain Bolt. I'm going to be like Ruby Rose, speed semblance. No one's going to stop me. But I just felt like that's what the song encompassed. And that's what it reminded me of. And I just think that is the human experience. And that's what all of us are capable of. And then I fly. But yeah, not to get sappy. Not to get soapboxy or anything like that, but I feel like this volume was so profound. Like, I've never thought this philosophically, this critically about my life experience ever before this volume. And I don't know, it conveyed a really powerful message, and I really, really, really hope that I really hope the fandom, I mean, you can see it on social media and whatnot. I don't know. I really hope this volume hit the mark, like stuck its landing. I really want a volume 10. But yeah, this was incredible. And beyond all of that, beyond the true meaning, the nature, the message of this volume, this was hype as fuck. This was so... I literally was like, RWBY, you have not gotten a fight this entire volume. You better go ham. And they were just like, I bet. And the rest was literally history. Oh my god, this was so freaking good. This entire sequence just... Oh, it was so great. The cat freaking popping... The cat really thought, bro. The cat really thought he was him, dude. The cat was like, yo, I'm him. And Ruby Rose is like, no, I'm her. Like, the cat really was like... The cat forgot who the main protagonist of this show is. You can definitely tell. For a while, he was him. Yeah, he was him like an episode ago. When he, like, finessed Ruby and Neo and, like, bodied everybody. But, like, he definitely fell off after this. You know, he got a little too comfortable. Yeah, they were just like... Ruby was just like, yo, let me cook real quick. Ruby Rose, more like Ruby Risen. Yeah, you could say Ruby rose up to the occasion. Am I right? Right, guys? Is this thing on? Yo, is this thing on? Can you guys hear me? Yeah, I'll stick with that. Yeah, that's good. Unfortunate. Someone was like, yeah, it's on, unfortunately. Damn. Tough crowd, I guess. It's all good, you know? I'll appreciate my... You know what? I'll laugh at my own jokes, okay? I don't need you guys. That was great, Arnold. Congratulations. You should do stand-up. Thank you, Arnold. I appreciate it. RWBY pulled a Persona 5 with the all-out attack. Yo, true. 60 Armed Candy. Thank you so much for the super chat. Long-time lurker, first-time live dono. I know it's ahead of the blacksmith comment about RWBY making a greater impact than they did, but could the brothers be the two sons? Also, RWBY is now Red Trailer RWBY. Familiar moves. So first off, thank you for the support. I appreciate it. The two sons is a little weird. I have no idea what that's all about. I don't know if they'll ever explain. I mean, they acknowledged it in the first episode, but then they were just like, yeah, I guess there's just two sons here because that's how the Ever After works. Oh, man. Perhaps, but I doubt it's a throwaway line. That line, Cinder fell in the pool, is almost identical to how Salem did in the next episode. Well, I guess at this point, villain, we'll just have to agree to disagree until we get more info. But I mean, I'll keep an open mind. I'll be the first person to be like, yeah, I was not on board with that theory if it comes true. All right, give me 1 second. I want to catch up on a couple of these super chats. I did miss out on a couple of them. Kind of piggybacking off of the vault concept, are the inner parts of the vault in the Ever After? The door made from the gods had a similar look. So yeah, I think the inside of the vaults are like little pocket dimensions of the Ever After space, which is why they modeled the Ever After space. Like they modeled the inside, like the Ever After pocket dimensions for the communication line to get people from Vacuo, from Atlas to Vacuo. So they modeled it after. So it's weird though, because it's like, who made those vaults? Like, how did Ozpin put the relics in those vaults? Or were the vaults always there and Oz like came across it? It's just so weird. Cause like, I really would love to know how Ozpin encountered the relics initially. Like, where was Oz? Were the relics just chilling in the world? Did Ozpin find the relics? How did he find the relics? Did he build the schools around the relics, etc., etc.? Like, you know what I mean? Here's the number one question that I'm really upset that we didn't get answered. How did Alex and Lewis get to the Ever After from Remnant? Because we know how Team RWBY and company got there, and I doubt you can easily replicate that scenario. That's like my number one question that I hope they answer in a future, like if they retell the story or something, or if Ozpin has more information. I have no idea. I have no clue. How did Alice get to the Ever After? Didn't she like fall through a hole in the freaking earth or something? I feel like that might have been it. She just fell down a well or something. And then it never happened again, apparently. Like, no one else ever fell down that same well. Actually, pause, champ. You know what? What if Alex and Lewis fell down a rabbit hole, which somehow split off from Remnant into the Ever After, and then when Lewis came back, he sealed it up so no one would ever fall into the Ever After again? Could happen. I could see that. Because it's like, oh, well, like, why didn't it happen again? It's like, because Lewis made sure it would never happen again. But, like, so you're just telling me that there's random, like, Ever After, like, potholes in the freaking world of Remnant that are just, like, big chilling in the open? Yeah, I would say, like, maybe Lewis did something when he got back. He put a traffic cone around it. Yo, those are effective. What do you mean? That's actually I wouldn't be surprised. Traffic cones are hella effective. You kidding me? Oh, that's funny. Yeah, so, yeah, just kind of addressing that real quick. RWBY literally came out and was like, yo, it's on site, you fucking cat. I'm a dog lover now. Actually, she was always a dog lover. You know what? She should have brought Zwei to the ever... Damn, she should have brought Zwei with her. Zwei would have made quick work of this cat. She was like, I'm a Zwei fan, okay? My dog at home is better than you. I never liked you anyway. Get out of here. God, I miss Zwei so much. Oh my god! Well, it was nighttime, but like, I guess they got Zwei after Summer died? Because, like, Zwei would have been, like, old AF if it was alive when Summer was around. Oh, that's like... I actually think Zwei might be Tai Yang's, like, emotional support pet. Like, I think they got Zwei for him, not for the kids. The more I think about it. Because, like, Zwei hangs out with Tai all the time. And, like, Zwei had to go to the school because Tai was out on a mission. No, I'm not saying Zwei was there. I'm saying, like, Zwei is always at home, but, like, it was nighttime. So if they had Zwei as kids at that age, Zwei would have been there. But, like, also, dogs don't live, like, if that was, like, 15 or so years ago, Zwei would probably be in his old age now. So, like, I don't think Zwei existed. I don't think they had Zwei. I don't even think Zwei existed at the time. I wouldn't be surprised if they got Zwei as, like, an emotional support pet for the family after what happened with Summer, like, years later, maybe. Either that or Zwei's, like, aura just keeps it alive forever. Zwei's the relic. I will never admit this, but I remember on a RWBY Facebook group comment, I theorized that Zwei, after we found out that Crow and Raven, or rather after Volume 3, when we found out that Crow could turn into a crow, I was like, Summer Rose is Zwei in disguise. Yep. I was probably the freaking progenitor of that theory. And I was like, it makes perfect sense. She's just watching over her family now. And in disguise because, like, it's been forever and it would be really awkward if she just showed up one day. So she's like, let me just be the family dog and just watch over my husband and my kids. And if the day ever comes that Salem comes a knocking, she's gonna be a very not happy camper. Yo, let him cook. Yo, I'm chefing up something good right now. No, I'm being dead ass. I actually thought that. I thought that would have been like a really cool twist. Or even worse, what if Salem... I also had the theory, guys, I'm literally popping off right now. I'm literally just going galaxy brain mode right now. I also had the theory back in the day that, unfortunately, it never got confirmed. We don't know yet. It would have been cool if Tyrion could have confirmed it. But I had a theory back in the day that Salem created the Faunus out of, like, a necessity for, like, interactions because she was the only person on Remnant. And I followed this up because Ozpin's magic could turn Crow and Raven into animals. So what if Salem used her magic, but the inverse? She turned animals into people. And that was my thought process with that. And it doubles over because she created the whole Faunus discrimination, subjugation, like race war situation going on, which creates a division, which makes it so people will forever be divided and the gods will never ever, like, if the gods ever come back, they'll destroy everyone. And she worked on that too. So I was like, now I'm thinking if she did create the Faunus, who's to say that she just didn't permanently turn Summer into Zwei? She just turned her into a dog. And then she was never seen again. And I wouldn't be... if RWBY or Tai or someone was like, yeah, one day the dog just showed up at our house. And it refused to leave. So we just made it a part of our family. I swear to God. I'm cooking so good right now, dude. I'm on my Michelin star right now. Yeah, Yeah, you know why Y has silver fur? You know why Y has like silver, gray, white fur? Because of the eyes and the cape. All right? You heard it here first. Because he's old? Damn. Oh my gosh, that means if this theory is true, that means Summer Rose went to RWBY did like bring your parent to school day. She took Y to school in volume 2. You're saying that Y is a silver pup warrior? Yes. Yes, I am. How else do you explain how Y was able to withstand being turned into a giant fireball of death by Ooplek in volume 2? Only a silver-eyed pup can do that. Or a silver pup warrior could do that. Stop. We can't keep giving RWBY more ideas. FBI, get him. That man right there, officer. Please stop cooking. Damn, bro. Bacon Bits was like, don't let bro in the kitchen again because this man does not know how to cook. All right, you know what? I'm done having my fun. Y'all can laugh at me. But the day that happens, if it ever comes true, I don't want to see your faces in here because I'm going to shame the hell out of you. And if it never comes true, then guess what? It was always a crack theory and there's nothing to worry about. Totally a Human. How's it going? Welcome back. Thank you for the $10 super chat. RWBY, I have become death, the destroyer of worlds. Let's see. Well, I guess we can just get hyped for volume 10. Totally a Human. If we just have to pray that we get confirmation or information on it when we go to during the summer for RTX. All right, let me see. That's a lot of people that are gonna be gone. Good. And don't let the doorknob hit you with a good Lord split you, because I don't want you back. If Summer Rose is why, I'll remember. I'll come back to the live chat replay, and I will literally grab every receipt of someone that told me that to get out of the kitchen, that I can't cook, that I was crazy. To stop. Yeah. Stop being real, Arnold. I can't handle all this realness from you. That's what you're saying. You're afraid of the truth. You can't handle it. It's okay. Don't worry. I'm going to continue to be a real one while you're out there living your delusional life. Not thinking that Summer Rose is a 2-foot corgi that's lived for like the last 20 years on Remnant in absolute secrecy. Anyways, RWBY is a dog person, confirmed. This was great though. RWBY getting her entire showcase. This felt, I'm gonna be real, I'll be honest with you, this kind of feels like an unofficial like Red trailer part 2. Like they had Red Like Roses part 3, they had RWBY going up against a creature. You know, she has a lot of techniques and moves and a lot of stances that harken back to that trailer. And the beautiful thing about it is they combined Red Like Roses, right? So they combined, you know, they combined Red Like Roses, Mirror Mirror from Shadow, I Burn, like the whole squad is here too. So it's like the first song, right? Red Like Roses, White is Cold, Black the Beast, Yellow, Beauty Burns Gold. Like, I love how it was first Red Like Roses for RWBY, and then it brought everybody else together, which is what the rest of the song does too. So, you know, you had the whole squad here. Weiss finally summoning the Nevermore, only for it to get vaporized like 2 seconds later. What a slap in the face, dude. Bro, she's been summoning the wings of that thing for like 6 years now, And you're telling me the moment she finally does it, it finally happened, gamers. And damn. But I need confirmation on this. I literally need to tag Eddie, Kiersey, Miles, Carrie, everybody on the team. I need to know if that's time dilation going on. Because it looks like it. It looks like it. And the reason I say it looks like it is, how are they moving that fast? A man can dream, right? Am I really going to be waiting 10 years for time dilation? No clock effect? Yeah, but what if Weiss's glyphs evolved? Remember that? Remember how we were talking about glyphs evolving? What if now she doesn't need a clock? Maybe she just has it inherently. She's been storing up the energy for the past 10 years. That's a reach? Well, guess what? All right, I've been waiting 10 years. Let me have this, goddammit. How you gonna tell me I'm coping? Of course I'm coping. I haven't seen this move in 10 years. You're telling me, bro, I'm literally popping off. I'm going in right now. You're literally gonna sit there and tell me that Weiss used time dilation 2 times in volume 2, but she had the freaking nerve to work on summoning this Nevermore God knows how many times in the last 3 seasons, and she actually ends up getting to summon it, but I've been waiting 10 years and I can't get 1 time dilation ability. Is that what you're telling me? If that's what you're telling me, then I don't want, then I refuse to believe this. I refuse, dude. I refuse. What do I refuse? I don't know. I just refuse. I can't. They better be saving this time dilation for the most hyped up, goated, like 10 out of 10, top 10 anime moment sequence you have ever seen. They better be using this shit against Salem. They better be using this shit when they all have maiden powers and each one of them is using a relic against Salem, time dilationing. Like some OP mega hacks nonsense. It better be the greatest thing that my eyes have ever laid eyes on, because it's getting ridiculous, RWBY. Okay? I have watched this show for 10 years almost. This year will make 10 years that I've been watching RWBY, believe it or not. Yep. Some would say that's too much. Some would say that's too long. But now I feel, well, actually, you know what? Let me stop right there. Because if I tell these people, I can't not, I have to keep watching. I have to see it through to the end. I have to see time dilation again. They're going to save time dilation for the final credit scene of the damn series. The series finale. They're going to be like, all right, we're going to give Arnold time dilation now. We're actually going to dangle this in front of him for like 20 years. I can't be saying that. I will just say that I am refusing to watch RWBY moving forward. Okay? And I'm not saying that because I have no more RWBY to watch between now and volume 10. And that might be a coincidental, like, convenience factor for me. But I promise you, if RWBY was still going on, I would stop watching the episodes now. But I'm going to stop watching RWBY as of today. And I will let you guys know if that stance changes, depending on our negotiations, but I feel like I've waited long enough. All right. Watch Justice League X RWBY. Well, here's the thing. The beauty of that is Justice League is before RWBY, which means that's a Justice League movie. So I might actually check that out. I might actually I might actually use this very convenient loophole to bypass my own to bypass my own stipulations that I put on myself. Hey, tell me I'm wrong, bro. Justice League is in the title first. So it's a Justice League movie featuring RWBY, which I guess I'll tolerate it. Oh, also, yes, I will be watching it. I'm going to try to see if I can record my reactions for it next week. Just because I need a fucking break after this week, to be honest. Politician? Me? Nah, never. But okay, let's get into some hype moments real quick. Peep this out, dude. You know I did it. You know I had to go back and line up every parallel that I noticed from this reveal. They literally were like, hey, let's do the red trailer, but better. Well, let's backtrack. Let's not say better. Let's reenact the red trailer. And they were just like, Ruby Rose's stance, got it. Summer Rose's emblem, got it. And I thought this shit was so freaking cool. Like, this shit is so dope. I love this. It almost, and like, you can like see her through the woods, like through the trees and stuff like that, because that, like, she was walking through the forest in the red trailer as well. But that's not all, folks. We also have Ruby. Oh my god, dude, look at the bro, how is this the same show? Yo, if ever somebody, screenshot your monitor right now. If anyone ever is like, yo, this show looks whack, this show looks ugly, what is this? Just be like, how it's been, how it started versus how it's going. Bro, this is literally the closest side-by-side, like, to show the improvements of animation I think I've ever seen. Like, I'm looking at it now. I mean, I'm the one, I literally set up these screenshots earlier, but I'm really looking at it now. And I looked at RWBY from the fucking red trailer, volume 1 RWBY, and I'm like, holy shit. Damn, bro. Poser versus, bro. And people were actually upset that they shifted from Poser to Maya. Like, I get it. Poser was like the charm of RWBY, but that shit was not scaling. That shit was not scaling to the degree of RWBY that we have now. And you can say what you want, but I do like my shows to look better over time. Yeah. I almost would like to say that Monty preferred, like, they settled on Poser because that was Monty's bread and butter. Like, Monty, like, made that, like, freaking turn that shit into gold. But I doubt it was like something that everyone was like, yeah, we're definitely using state-of-the-art technology on our show. Poser is also not an animation program. Yeah, which is like, imagine how, dude, I can't even imagine. Imagine animating with a non-animation program. That's like me telling you, like, hey, go make an animation show using Microsoft Paint. A part of me does wonder, though, if obviously if Monty hadn't passed away, if he would have been able to transition to the Maya engine, if that same level of technicality that he had for animation, if that would have transferred. Because it's incredible to me that he was able to have such a knack for animating in Poser, despite it not being an animation program. But then it's like, I assume that it's like night and day, these programs, if he would be able to, like, how that transition would have been for him. Also, I'm pretty sure I know he worked on RWBY as well. RWBY was like machinimation, and I have no idea how that shit works. Like, I have no idea how machinimation and how they how they did all of that for RWBY. But I mean, he animated that, and that wasn't Poser. So I feel like he would have harnessed animation no matter what form it was in. Yeah, they did the models for the characters in Poser and then brought them over. I remember asking that question at RTX. RTX 20... oh, hold on. RTX 2016. I actually asked the question at RTX. It's up on my YouTube channel. But I asked the question at the panel, and I was asking, like, what were the pros and cons to shifting from Poser to Maya? And I think Gray was the one that mentioned that all of the models were made in Maya and then brought over to Poser. So they were already they were using both programs. They were using one to make the models, and then they were using another to animate, when they could have just been using one to do all of it. But I guess because, like, Monty just, like, fucking wowed them with Poser, like with with the colored trailers before he got hired, I think that just kind of was like, it's like we'll eat the cost if this is the kind of quality we're getting. But Carrie also told me that Maya is just going to scale so much better. Like, they'll be able to do things years down the line to make the show look better, to have more graphical fidelity, to, like, change the movements and, like, make things look and feel more believable and realistic. Because, like, Volume 1 through 3 is pretty jank, especially when it comes to, like, the body movements and stuff. I will never get tired of seeing Cinder running on the rooftops in Volume 2. I don't care if that's a flaw. That's automatically, like, that's a national treasure in the fandom. Like, you have to respect that almost at this point in the game. It's like, oh man, look at all the... I almost think it's charming to look at volumes 1 through 3 and look at all their technical hiccups, because it's like, despite all of those hiccups, it's goated. You know what I mean? Like, it was still good. And it was that good because you were able to overlook all that stuff because it was great. And it really, like, added to the charm. Cringy then, charming now. I think it was charming back then. But maybe my barometer for quality has changed over the years. But yeah, I don't know. I'm built different, I guess. I really liked volume 2. I'm sorry, volume 1. The scaling from volume 1 to 2 was substantial too. And then from 2 to 3. But yeah, volume 4 is the volume that I feel is, like, rough. Like, I never looked at volume 1 through 3 the same way I look at volume 4, because it's such a massive, like, shift in, like, the animation and stuff, like how the characters look. I actually think volume 4 is, like, a shaky volume aesthetically. But that's the transitional period, so I also kind of gave it a pass at the time for that too. Because volume 4 is goated. Volume 4 is, like, one of the best volumes in my opinion. So, like, I will never forget, like, it's literally burned into my mind's eye, but the first shot of Emerald and Mercury is, like, it's like nightmare fuel. I'm just like, why are their eyebrows so freaking rigid and pointy? Oh, man. It was still goated though, because then the Grim coming out of the pools, that we had never seen, like, shit like that. That was so pog. Oh man, good times, man. It's great to reminisce. I'm gonna be rewatching the RWBY volumes, like, whenever they announce. I'm mentioning this now for anyone who might be around in the future if this ever happens, but in the inevitable future where they announce the final season of RWBY, I am going to be doing a week-to-week rewatching of every volume of RWBY leading up to that finale volume. Because I'll tell you this, there are some volumes that I have not watched since they aired. No, not a marathon. Like every weekend, we're gonna watch a different volume. Right now, we're 9 weeks in, so that's already a 2-month investment. For 9 volumes, that's 9 weeks. I that's something I really want to do as like a look back at the show and like a retrospective on the series. That's something I really want to do in the future. Which is why I still have not gone back to watch some volumes in several years. Like, I'm also like a fucking encyclopedia of RWBY. I feel like I rewatch the episodes so much while they air that I don't even need to rewatch the volumes. Because, like, you could be like, Arnold, what did Weiss say? What did so-and-so say to so-and-so in this scene? And I can probably say it verbatim. So yeah. Yeah, I guess Ice Queendom is the exception, though, because I technically rewatched Volume 1 by watching that, to the point where I was, like, reciting some of the lines as they were saying them. But, yeah. I used to rewatch every volume before the next volume came out, but I think after Volume 4 or Volume 5, I think after that I stopped doing that. I was like, I don't need to do this. I already remember. Quick question. Did any of you guys go to the any of the tug screenings that they did back in the day? Where, like, it was before Volume 4 came out, but they did these tug screenings where if enough people submitted requests, you can get a RWBY movie theater screening in your area. I remember I went to all 3 of the tug screenings that were in the neighboring state from me. Oh, yeah, you guys did? Oh, nice. Yeah, volumes 1, 2, and 3 were all the... So crazy. I took my friend Paul to each one of them because it was his first time seeing RWBY in theaters. Bro, I kid you not, there were people hysterical. Like, actually hysterical in the theater during Volume 3, where, like, Pyrrha gets, like, fucking shot through the chest, and Amber gets killed and Yang gets her arm cut off. There's people, like, it almost felt theatrical. And meanwhile, my friend Paul is sitting in the seat in front of me, and he looks behind me and he's like, bro, these people are going so hard. And it's his first time. It's his first time watching RWBY. And you would think that, like, I don't know, it was so funny. It wasn't like cringe. It was just like everyone collectively, like, feeling the same emotions. It was great though. Cause like everyone that was there had already seen RWBY. I feel like my friend was the only one that went there that hadn't seen the show. Did he become a fan? Well, I think he watched Volume 4 and 5, but I haven't really, I haven't been in touch with him lately, but, I don't know if he definitely wasn't like, oh, I'm watching every volume when it comes out, but you know, he watched it for the time. Yeah, I remember the cinema I saw it into. It was the same one every time, and we got all the tug screenings for it. I was so excited. I met a bunch of people through those tug screenings too, which was great. People that I'm still like close with and like I keep up with even now. Oh yeah, let's keep it going. So the parallel that I immediately noticed in the episode was when RWBY went to go and shoot the cat in the face. It immediately reminded me of the Beowulf from the Red trailer. I thought that was so freaking cool. And then what does tug mean? It's not an acronym. It's TUGG. And it's like it's a company that like arranges for certain movie screenings if they're not already scheduled. So how it worked was you would request a movie screening for RWBY in your area, and if enough people did it, Tug would arrange for that movie theater to have a specific screening for that RWBY volume. So enough people requested volume 1, volume 2, and volume 3 during that year. And yeah, that's basically what they are. I don't know if they do it. I don't know if they're still around, but yeah. And it was a cool way to actually, hold on. I actually have a picture. I don't know if it's on this computer, but for anyone that's on Patreon, my Patreon border is a group photo of everyone that was at the volume 1 tug screening, actually. Hold on. I don't know if I still have it on my computer because I think I was like living at home at the time. Oh my god. So this is one of the images. This was in 2016. This was the tug screening like meetup. All the people that my friend Paul is in the back with the red. That's my friend Paul in the back with the red shirt. He's just like, yeah, this is my first time here. He looks so out of place. Oh, man. Yeah, he's vibing. I actually got in touch with a few of these people. I'm still really close friends with a lot of them. There's me right there. I think I'm wearing like my RWBY t-shirt or something like that. But yeah, these are all of my friends from Rhode Island. I'm still in touch with a lot of them, which is great. And yeah, this was just like the big meetup that happened outside the movie theater. So we all just took like a group photo. That's also me without glasses and a beard. That was baby Arnold. Oh my god. But yeah, oh, here's the other one. This is the other one. I found it. This is the group movie theater photo that we took at the tug screening as well. That's me right there, and the kid next to me that's wearing the Dragon Ball Z backpack. That's my brother Nelson. And we went to this. This was this. This is a. I think this is the volume 1 screening. The picture that I just showed you with the cosplays, I think that was the volume 2 screening. So yeah, this was during volume 1. The person dressed up as Lyren, that's Monty's brother. That's Chivi Ohm. I met him for the first time at this screening, which was great. But yeah, this was in 2016. God, man, I'm going down. Yo, y'all are getting all of the freaking Arnold lore tonight. No, that's not Neith. That's one of Monty's brothers. Neith lives in Japan. This is Chivi. This is Chivi Ohm. And yep, this is the volume 1 screening. God, man, this takes me back, bro. Yeah, the kid right there is wearing the people like grapes. Yeah. This was like straight up the RT community. Everyone was wearing some form of like Rooster Teeth or RWBY merch. I loved it. It was great. And there I am. I'm like squatting down because I'm tall. I'm like 6 feet tall. And I wanted to be in the upfront shot. So yeah. God, this was great, man. I wish they did more stuff like that. Yeah, it's nice going down memory lane. It's great. I actually really happy. I still have the files on my computer. Both of them right there next to each other. All right. So yeah, again, just the parallels. Really liked them. Super cool. The Nevermore. Well, see, this is kind of cheating, right? Weiss is taking credit, I guess, because Weiss like tag teamed with RWBY to take down the Nevermore, right? It was Blake's slingshot, but like Weiss propelled RWBY off of the slingshot and then followed up with the glyphs up the mountain. So this is kind of like an assisted kill. Like Weiss got the assist. And she was basically like, yeah, I'm going to yoink that summon and use that 10 years from now. So Weiss is getting credit at this point, which is pretty funny. And the cat and the Beowulf right there is really great too. I like that. So definitely had to follow up on a bunch of the parallels because, you know, that's one thing that I'm like in love with, is constantly paralleling. Also, the best shot in the episode. The absolute fucking best shot of the episode. I love how they color coded everybody and like the transitional slow motion effect to all of them getting like a shot in on the cat. And like the freaking, yeah, this is like the Persona 5 all out attack. God, this shit goes so hard. This was great, man. My only wish is that the fight was longer. Like, I know animation, this probably took someone weeks to compile and put together. I think Joel Mann worked on the entire like animation sequence with RWBY soloing the cat. Who I think he was the animation lead for volume 9 and 8 and 7. Oh no, I think the animation director, I think. But Joel Mann's been with the show since like volume 1, volume 2. He was the fucking GOAT. And I hope he's doing well, and I pray, God willing, that he's able to. I really just hope that they get some semblance of the original team of people, if they're available, to work on RWBY 10, because I just don't know who's going to animate it, you know, and it's just going to feel different. Like I don't know any of the animators personally, but I met a lot of them when I went to RTX in 2016. I went to the Rooster Teeth animation studio, and I met everyone that worked on RWBY, and I just wonder who's gonna be back and who isn't, you know, because like these people know the characters, these people know the antics, the freaking, you know, there's always got, you know, there's that person that always has like the Blake ear twitching moments, you know, Weiss's snarkiness, RWBY's bubbly nature, Yang's sass. Like, there's just certain like little character quips that I just feel like might change. But that's why that's another reason why I'm really happy that this volume got to see the light of day, because the people got to work on it, you know. Yeah, like everyone that worked on the like, I guess they changed their approach. Like everyone became like contractors. And when the volume was over, they didn't have any more work for them, so their contracts ended. So these people are naturally going to look for other work. But then if RWBY 10 contracts open up, but these people have other jobs, they're not going to be able to take the opportunity. And, you know, unless some people can afford to just, like, wait, you know, if they have money aside or if they have other gigs that they do, you know, there's, you know, the window of opportunity isn't going to be there for everyone that was here. So, I don't know. I'm just going to miss those people that contributed, because I always felt like I could feel their presence. And even if I couldn't, I knew that such and such a person like Melanie or Joel or Dustin or Caesar was working on RWBY. Like they touched a part of the volume at some point. You know, now it's just like, I don't know who's going to be working on the volume. Like, I just feel like that kind of personal attachment that I have to it is lost. But, you know, 'tis the industry, unfortunately. And we're still, I still got to pray that we get a volume 10 to begin with, you know. But yeah, this is such a cool sequence. Absolutely loved it. The highlight, it's such a great like final attack moment for the final boss. I also like these moments too. I captured a couple of these while I was getting screenshots, like these inversion effects where hold on, let me do these like one at a time, I think. Yeah. So like I love, like, it's like the flash effect, but if you catch it just right, it becomes like an inverse coloration, and it looks so freaking sick. So this is like RWBY and the cat clashing with RWBY. And this one was even cooler. This is the same shot you guys just saw. Oh, hold on, give me a second. This is the negative photo. This is the shot you guys just saw with Team RWBY. This one was so cool. I just like these random negative shots. So just wanted to evil. Yeah, this is yeah, evil Team RWBY. But yeah, just wanted to feature and showcase that. But yeah, the heroes won. The cat is kind of like taking the L, not in the best way possible. They're like, you're staying here, cat, and we're going back home. I think the cat was actually about to attack her too, and then it kind of immediately regret its decisions. Neo also killed the cat. So Curiosity didn't kill the cat. Neo killed the cat. Through the effects of the Jabberwocker, which is kind of wild. So like her creations in the Ever After are the real thing, which is wild. Which sucks, man. I'm gonna Robbie Damon, no. I'm still praying, fingers crossed. We talked about it last week, if you guys don't know. But Tyrion's voice actor quit during the hiatus of RWBY, during like some drama that was going on with the company, and they and like voice actors and stuff like that. And so we don't know who's gonna voice Tyrion, who is going to be in Vacuo with Mercury. And last week I was like, oh my gosh, imagine if they just kind of full on hire Robbie Damon to perform for Tyrion, because Robbie's got a great range and he definitely knows how to play a villain. I'm not trying to compare, like, oh, he won't be like, he won't be like Josh Grell, but like, since Robbie's already has his foot in the door, I thought it would be cool if he just goes all in on the villain perspective instead of playing two parts with the cat. Either Robbie or Christopher Corey Smith. I think they'll do good regardless of who they get. I just think Robbie, because I just love the cat's performance and I love Akechi in Persona, and more Robbie in this show would be great. Just to know that he's like on board. That would, I just really like the idea. So this was kind of a heartfelt moment that I appreciated. First off, Team RWBY, everyone being reunited. Team RWBY is real. She is her true self. Everyone's kind of collectively together and they're just happy to have her back, which is great to see. This really made me sad that Torchwick died in Volume 3. Like, the music was really, like, again, shout out to Casey and the team. Like, they've been killing it with the emotional factor of the OSTs at certain moments, and this was one of them. I just really was like, I saw this scene and I was like, I really wish they didn't kill Roman. Like, he's like, yeah, I know, I'm not real. And I'm like, fuck, dude. Don't remind me. God, man. I love it, though. They did a really good job. Billy and Christopher working like their efforts in tandem with Torchwick was great. It was just a very tender moment between them, and I actually really want a future for Neo now. Like, I really just felt bad here, like, for her, because she looks at Team RWBY and she's like, Torchwick even says it for her, like, literally speaks for her. He says, to have what they have, wouldn't that be great? She wants friends. She wants part companionship. She wants a life more than just being alone, but she's not who she needs to be, because she's just kind of caught up in the past. I wonder if we'll ever see her again. Without a doubt, I think we will. I talked about it last week, but I think Neo will ascend. And at the 11th hour of a situation where the chips are down, everyone is occupied, or everyone is defeated, or something along the lines where we need help and it's unsure where it's going to come from, Neo's going to come through. She's going to be ascended. I don't know if she'll look different or what the case might be, but her eyes will be the same color. So that way we'll know it's her, even if her physical appearance changes. I really think it'll be like a Neo saves the day kind of thing. And I think it would be great if it's in a situation where Cinder has the upper hand and she's declaring her victory, right? She's doing the number one thing villains shouldn't do, which is monologuing before they win. And then Neo is like, bitch, remember me? You threw me in the ever after. And then she has like a tussle with her. I think that would be really, really great. Now, what Neo decides for herself is up in the air, right? She can be Neo. She can be Trivia. She can be someone new. I think it's best that she follows the path that RWBY did. Granted, you know, it would be great if she gets an upgrade for her an outfit upgrade the next time we see her. Like maybe, I don't know, maybe cuts her hair or something like that, or changes up her outfit design, keeps the Torchwick hat, stuff like that. But the Ever After proves that you do not need to be someone else. You are enough. It's just that Neo needs to find that out for herself. So, and I think that that's what, you know, this ascension part here conveys, is that, I mean, RWBY says it too. She says she'll find herself one way or another. And so she's doing it through the Ever After. She was like, yeah, if that can happen for RWBY, it can happen for me. And it's just her way of, I think it's mainly her way of, like, she just has to get closure for herself. She has to understand that, like what I was conveying earlier. We are enough. Like, we are everything and nothing. And right now, she needs to discover that for herself. She needs to understand that no matter what happens, she is able to get through anything. And she just needs to kind of cope and process it in a healthy way, not with Cinder fueling the fire, or, you know, the situation just getting out of hand with the cat and, you know, the Torchwick illusions and stuff like that plaguing her mind. She really just needs to be alone with her with her thoughts and her feelings. So yeah, that hopefully works out. It'd be nice if she spends a little bit of time in the Ever After, even after, you know, like, I don't know. I'm not saying like she'll become like an Afterin or anything like that, but she has to just kind of get back in touch with Remnant, because right now she can't go back. But something will definitely click eventually that will allow her to go back. And I think it's going to be not revenge necessarily, because that'll just bring her back to square one, but doing what's right, doing the right thing for the right reasons. Oh man, we are going late into the night, ladies and gentlemen. All right, give me 1 second. Nice. Yeah, that was a big yawn. Give me 1 second. Actually, I gotta use the restroom really quick. And we're almost done, actually. So after this part, we're gonna have the blacksmith scene, and then the origin of the God of Light and Darkness, and then we'll wrap up. So sit tight. And yeah, I mean, I expected this chapter to be the longest one. We're pushing 4 hours now because it's like half an hour long. All right, oh, you guys want Chair Coon? Well, you know what? Ask and you shall receive. There you go. All right, I'll be right back. You have Chair Coon and company. We're back, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone else. Okay. Damn. Go away, Arnold. We were having a moment. All right, see ya. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Chair Coon and me, we're a 2 for 1. All right, you can't have one without the other. So, make sure you show me some respect. Okay. Let's see. Hold on. What? Okay, so we're on that. All right, guys. I literally want to cry every time I see this scene. This is the most wholesome thing that I think I've ever seen in RWBY. Yeah, it took me a while. I kept calling them little, and then I was like, wait, no, I gotta call them somewhat. That's their name now. Also, they're not little anymore. They're big. Oh my god. Yeah, you can almost say that this scene makes me want to cry somewhat. That was a good joke. I don't care what anybody says. All right. Whoa! Oh my god! How did I miss these super chats? Holy shit! Bro, was I literally going on a tangent? How did... William Pendragon with the $200 super chat? Nani? With Miss Rose and her friends now safely returned, I may finally ascend with my brothers and sisters. As I walk side by side with our makers to my rebirth, I shall be returned as a better soldier, a better Atlesian. The heart never forgets. This is the spirit of Private William Pendragon. Oh my god. I am so sorry that I didn't see your message sooner. Thank you so much. At ease, soldier. They'll make a soldier out of you yet. Hopefully we'll see you on the front lines once again in Vacuo, where you hopefully will not meet your demise for a second time. Oh, man. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Hint of Music. Thank you very much for the $10 super chat. I gotta head out. Love the discussion. I'm planning on going to RTX this year, so maybe I'll see you there. But this is the fun discussion of the volume. Thank you for everything you do, Arnold. Thank you. It's still currently in the air if I'm actually going to RTX. My girlfriend isn't going this year, which is a partial contribution, which is a partial contributing factor for why I feel like I might not go. I just feel like I won't enjoy myself as much if she can't be with me there. But on the same coin, I just don't know. Like it's like in 2 months too. But I'm still kind of up in the air. It's still a possibility, but I'm just contemplating it right now. Also, I feel like there's not a whole lot, maybe seeing friends and stuff like that, but for the convention itself, like I'd only want to really go for RWBY, and if they don't have any Volume 10 stuff to announce, I feel like I'd be a little let down by that. But we'll see, hopefully. If not, maybe next year, because Cal's finishing her musical theater course in August, so she'll be officially done with school. She took a 4-year university. She got her honor. She got her bachelor's with distinction, and she decided to go to a 2-year music theater school. So she's basically going to be all done with school at this point, which is nice. So maybe we'll definitely go next year or something, most likely. Chryserosaurus, thank you for the super chat. Chair-kun putting in the real work. Stay on that grind, legend. I take back that thank you. All right. Finally, he's... What are these super chats? Finally, he's gone. Pray our Lord and Savior Chaircoon. Damn, is that how you guys really feel? Damn, y'all are willing to give me money to tell me how much you don't want me around. Like, damn, bro. It really do be like that sometimes. I guess I wasn't enough after all. I'm gonna take my leave. Yeah, do you feel bad yet? You feel bad? Good, you should. You should feel bad. And I got you all on freaking... I have you all on receipts. Arnold, come back. We miss you. If I ever see you guys tell me that I'm not worth it, that my chair is more important than me, you're going to have some explaining to do. All right. Got him. Caught you in 4K. Look at that. Damn. Someone really said Arnold went to go drink some tea. This is emotional manipulation, Arnold. Did you not just hear the donations I just read out? How is that not emotional manipulation? Here, Arnold, here's $10 to tell you how much I don't value you, and the money's actually for the chair in the background. All right. Make sure you give Chaircoon something good. It's the least you can do. Like, what am I, chopped liver? Damn, did I miss Chaircoon? No, you didn't miss anything. That's fine. Anyways. Dex, thank you for the super chat. This picture of nostalgia reminds me of your 2016 of RTX vlog. Takes me back. Yeah, if any of you guys ever wanted to know what it's like to go to RTX, I have an entire vlog series of the first time I ever went to RTX in 2016. So that's such a that's a really fun like nostalgia trip that I usually go back on. Ooh, Hawk, thank you for the $2 super chat. Ruby under time dilation, Zawardo. Well, no, that'd be Marrow. I think that'd be Marrow. Hey, Marie fan, thank you for becoming a member for a month. I appreciate it. We gotta spread the love, my guy. Thank you, thank you. Okay, let us continue onward here. Yeah, but I loved this scene. This scene was so precious, so wholesome. Like, Little literally died in the, like, 2 episodes ago, which confirms that the blacksmith was crafting him, or crafting them in the last episode. Like, we saw, like, it's a little morbid, but we saw the skull of somewhat, like, on the anvil, like the hammer and anvil in the last episode, which was super cool. Like they basically like foreshadowed that we'd see Ascended Little again. Yeah, blacksmith was actually cooking. Yeah, it was like the face plate. What was like the skull of, I gotta be real, it was the skull of Little. Yeah, and they foreshadowed that too, because in episode 5, they like the blacksmith was crafting the herbalist's wing, because at the time we were like, oh, is that a butterfly wing? But we didn't put 2 and 2 together, because in that episode we didn't know about Ascension. It wasn't until the following episode that we learned what Ascension wait, no, it was that same episode. Yeah, no, it was that same episode we learned about Ascension. But a lot of us didn't put two and two together at the time. Or at least I didn't, you know? And I would have last week if I wasn't sick, like the week of episode 9. I didn't really talk about like my thoughts about the episode as much because I was sick, but I did mention it at the beginning of my volume 10 reaction. So I was like, oh, this skull could be little, so we might see an ascended little, and then they give us this wholesome ass scene. It was so good, man. It was literally like I love that there's still a mouse, but they're just a bigger mouse with clothes. They literally look like RWBY. Like, it literally looks like the blacksmith modeled their new design somewhat after RWBY. Like, they have, like, their own hood and a cape. It was so wholesome. When Little was like, you do seem familiar, like a happy dream I can't remember. I'm like, just take me to the tree, why don't you? I can't do this. This is too wholesome, man. And they're just like, oh, wait a minute, hold on. And then they get there and they're like, what am I here for again? I love it. I'm so happy. Little deserved everything. And it was because of RWBY's kindness. RWBY's choice to be kind and to be beneficial and to just lead this mouse on this interesting journey. They were able to get a second shot. Also, has anyone played or does anyone know about the game Moss? It's a VR game with a mouse that you fight with. Also somewhat reminds me of Moss. I thought about that after watching the episode. But yeah, I love it. I also think Little, like, you know how they said the heart never forgets? Little says, it'll be all right, Huntress. Even though no one mentioned anything about being a Huntress. So Little is still deep down. Little somewhat remembers them. You could say Little remembers them. I mean, somewhat remembers them a little. Yeah. Yeah, I'll take that. Yeah, we'll go with that one. Yeah, his heart remembers RWBY, so they said it'll be okay, Huntress. God, I loved this so much. They did not have to go this far. And then it's so heartbreaking because it's like we went through this whole journey with Little, and now we have to say goodbye. But we're not saying goodbye to Little. We're saying goodbye to Somewhat. But it's like we know we're saying goodbye to two different people, two different afterins, and it's so heart-wrenching because it's like, man, I would have loved to get to know Somewhat as much as Little, you know? And they hug. She's like, I'm so glad we got the chance to meet you, but we have to go now. I love this so much. This was the best send-off they could have done for the little afterin. Yeah. I get teary-eyed whenever I watch this scene now. Like, the first time I watched it, I was just giddy. I was like, oh my god, this is so wholesome. What? I can't believe it. They're finally back. And I would have loved for them to go back to Remnant with them, but, like, you are too pure, too wholesome for Remnant. Like, Remnant is not a hospitable place. At least with the Ever After, you'll always be able to come back as a new version of yourself. You'll be able to do great things, help out people, be the best version of yourself every time you come back, you know? So it's just like, I'm gonna miss them, you know? And they look so cool. Like, they literally got the biggest glow up ever. They're like, I've upgraded from a dormouse to a big rat. I loved it. I loved everything. They did Little so much justice. They did Somewhat so much justice here. And then, like, the icing on the cake, they're like, yo, you and Juniper are gonna be besties now. And I feel bad for Jean here, too, because Jean, like, wiped away his tears as they were walking away. Little's like, I will never leave her side. I'm like, I need somewhat merch yesterday. I'm so shocked that they're, like, I'm so shocked that they haven't done more merch for, like, the other after. I would have loved a Red Prince, like, merch or something like that, but I don't know. Merch department's kind of hit or miss. You know, they used to be nonstop hits, but now I'm just like, I don't know, merch team. You're kind of lacking. But yeah, like Little, where's Little's merch? Where's the cat's merch besides just that one t-shirt that came out before the volume even started? But let us have the Bumblebee merch day one on display and it sells out same day. You know what? That's not even impressive. You know why? Because we get Bumblebee merch every year. Blake and Yang get merch. Yang has more merch than any other character. You're trying to tell me that that wasn't preemptive? God damn it. Where's my Crimson Prince? Where's my Red Prince merch? He was goated. He was cool. Where's my Juniper plushie? Where's my Little plushie? Where's my somewhat plushie? Where's my Paper Pleaser plushie? That was literally free money right there. Y'all fumbled the bag on that one. I'm just saying. I guess I got to do it myself. I guess I have to commission somebody somewhere. I'm like, hey, you see this random star person? Well, their lore is that they're made of paper and they died. And then they came back as these really cool rock candies. And now they're living their best life. And I want you to make me a plushie of them. Imagine just trying to explain explain your commission to somebody. It's like, all right, these talking pieces of paper serve human. They serve anyone that will take them. And I want you to make me one of these so I can feel good about myself and about everything around me. I'm going to be like, hello, Commissioner. How may I serve you? Oh, yeah, those little guys died, but then they didn't. Oh, okay. Well, the thing, you know what the funny thing is? The paper pleasers became the genial gems, and then the genial gems were cleaning out the water, and they were pulling out their old corpses out of the water. Like the old, the soggy water stars of their old forms. That's like, think about that for a second. Go back and watch that scene. You can actually see them pulling out their corporeal forms out of the water. They're like, we're the genial gems, and we're here to make this place look lovely. Let's get these bodies out of here real quick. Where's that where's that paper shredder? Ascension gets rid of the button. No! I mean, the thing is, they die. The Ascension, like, I guess it just takes their spirit or their essence or whatever, but no, those were papers in there. I saw those designs. You can't trick me. You can't fool me. Paper mache time. But yeah. So the farewells are always bittersweet, especially with a character that just stole the show. All right, guys, I need to know, who do you think was the better star character this volume? Little or the Curious Cat? Because I feel like that's what the big... Like, if we do the Oscars, that's going to be such a toss-up. I feel like... I don't... Oh, my God. That's so difficult. That's such a hard one, though. The cat stole the show. I don't know, man. Little? Don't sleep on Little. Why not both? Because there can't be both. I'm making you choose. In my opinion, Somewhat is the new cat. The cat was meant to help others, but then it failed. Somewhat's purpose is to do what the cat was doing before. I mean, it's a good headcanon, but like the cat got eaten by the Jabberwocker, which means that they don't ascend. And like, what does that mean for Little? Like, Little literally just died. Oh, or what you're saying is wait, hold on, wait. I may have misinterpreted that. Are you saying that Little's purpose is going to be what the cat's purpose was, to like help people in the ever after? Oh, that's what you meant. Okay. Yeah, I thought you were saying that like the cat ascended to somewhat. Okay, I understand. My bad. Yeah, I mean, that'd be great. We kind of need balance to be restored, and you know, if we does that mean the Jabberwocker is still moseying around in the ever after, or did Neo kill the original? Because if the original Jabberwocker is still there, then they would need to have something. Actually, I kind of like that. They did say that too. They said that they're a guide, a protector, a friend. That's all the makings of someone that's trying to help out others. And RWBY did say, I feel like you're going to help so many people. So, like, I think they would have to make a replacement for the cat, so that way it counteracts the Jabberwocker. I think Neo killed it. How? How do you just kill the Jabberwocker? That's so... I need confirmation. I need to look into this. I will come back with information in the future, and hopefully we'll have an answer. Yeah, that'd be so off if they, like, Neo just killed the Jabberwocker and then took over the clones. Ripped it apart for the clones. But it's just weird. Like, you're trying to tell me that... I don't know, man. Neo just freaking overwhelmed it with 10 of its... So you're telling me that the Jabberwocker was fine 1v4ing RWBY, but then, like, Neo just doubles up the numbers and overwhelms it to the point of killing it, and we didn't see it? I don't know. And it died in the second, and it died in the third episode? Like, come on. Do you not know how OP is? It's not even about that. It's just about the fact of, like, it's like a mythological creature of the ever after created by the god of destruction. Like, why should Neo be able to kill something like that so easily? It's just weird to me. And then, here's the bigger question. Wouldn't that mean why is the Jabberwocker exempt from ascending? It's an Afterin. It's a product of the ever after created by the gods. The only way you don't ascend is if you get eaten by a Jabberwocker. Unless you die if you're also a Jabberwocker. You know? So, like, did Neo's clones turn into... Are you trying to tell me Neo's clones turned into Jabberwockers and then ate the original without even knowing about that specific detail? I don't know, man. I am not sure. Yeah, I mean, it could have ascended. I mean, if the Jabberwocker ascended, then that means there's no real need for, like, that balance, you know, of, like, having someone to heal the hearts and someone to destroy them. Yeah. Alrighty. All right, so everyone's taking the leap, taking the plunge through the door. I'm surprised the door leads back to the blacksmith before they go back. Because, I don't know. I was just expecting this to just throw them somewhere randomly in the desert. I have no idea. But obviously the intersection was definitely worth it with the blacksmith, I think. The workshop looked really cool. Also, does this technically mean that the blacksmith is also the lively carpenter from the fairy tale story? Which means that Alex and Lewis must have met the blacksmith on their original journey. Because they're a blacksmith, they're a blacksmith in their forge, but right here they're like crafting the little sculptures, so that would mean that they're like the carpenter. So Alex and Lewis must have met the tree. That this must have been like like they must have had this similar experience before they went back home too. So yeah, I love all the little she's making like they're making like their own little like figurines of all the cat, like their own amiibos. The teapot lady, Juniper, Little or Somewhat, the God of Light. Seeing the God of Light and Darkness, I was like, oh my gosh, there's the God of Light and Darkness one too. And I didn't even question. I was like, it wasn't until they asked, they were like, are those the brothers? And the reason I thought that was because in the previous, like, they debated us. They low-key kind of lied. RWBY said in the episode 8 round table that the world was created, or they said the cat was created by the gods. And they alluded that, like, the gods were, they mentioned the gods were from the ever after, or that the gods created the ever after. And then they hit you with the switcheroo this episode that the gods actually were from the ever after also, which means the ever after seems to be the origin state of life, seemingly. What about the gem? I think that pink gem might be Neo. Like, she might be eventually sculpting what eventually becomes Neo out of that gem, because it's pink like her. So I'm pretty sure that that's what that is. Yeah, so this is literally like a tree of life. Like, from this tree, everything, it created the God of light and darkness first. Technically, they're not gods, they're afterins also. They're only gods in the eyes of those that were created by them. So, right, like the humans look at them, they're like divine beings, they're considered gods. But at the end of the day, the God of light and darkness are just afterins with the nature of creating and destroying. So, I thought that was a really cool revelation. So this confirms it that Lewis went back to the real world. Alex was unfortunately killed by the cat. And I'm never going to get over that fact that Lewis never saw his sister again. That I assume that he assumed that she died or something wrong happened. But it's just so unfortunate because it kind of makes me wonder, like, how did this kid live the rest of his life without his sister? And, like, what did he think happened to her and all of that other, and all that other stuff? I'd really like to get, like, oh man, I wish that they talked about the story a little bit more in terms of like I wish the story was a part of the Fairy Tales of Remnant book series that they did, and even the animated series, just because, like, I would love to know how they fell into the ever after, their true experiences throughout, which I guess we got the full experience, but even like the epilogue, like, I know Lewis created the book, right? Lewis Carroll, author of the Alice in Wonderland series. That was pretty much a given. But yeah, I just wish that, I just want to know, like, even if it's like hundreds of years ago and it doesn't matter anymore. It would be interesting if Oz eventually reincarnated as part of Lewis. Like if Lewis became a host of Oz over the during his lifetime. Because then Ozpin can just tell him the story. You know what I mean? Ozpin can just be like, oh, I gotta take credit for that book. I think that would be incredible. That'd be sick. A new book published is actually The Girl Who Fell to the World, so that the full story can put apart some of Lewis's character by how he wrote. Well, he created the story the way he wished for it to be told, and it's almost kind of like a memoir to his sister. So it's like a dedicated story where it's his sister's journey, and he removed himself from the plot. Also, you know, I don't know how many authors want to exactly self-insert themselves into their stories, so that's probably another reason why it's created from the perspective of being a fairy tale, like childhood storytelling. So here's a little headcanon. Ozpin allowed Jean to join Beacon because Lewis became one of the reincarnations and recognized him. Yeah, we talked about this exact theory last week, actually. Remembering that Jean told him about himself, closing the circle. Yeah. So we did talk about that last week. That would actually line up even more with my, like, Arc family theory. But yeah, that'd be pretty cool. And then we get a ginormous plot drop that the God of Light and Darkness are actually Afterins that got evicted from their home for causing a ruckus. I also thought it was really cute how the God of Destruction's form of destroying in their youth was just eating everything in sight. I thought that was so appropriate because the Ever After was overgrown. And so there was just a bunch of like forest and vegetation and whatnot. And he's like, all right, time to munch on everything. I thought it was really cute. Like these two are just like innocent and playful and mischievous and curious eventually. But I never would have thought that they came from the Ever After. I thought they created the Ever After, but all things originate here from this tree. And these were the first two creations as well, so nothing came before, it seems, which is weird. It's like, okay, well, where did the tree come from? Who created the tree? You know what I mean? It's kind of like the philosophy of life. It's like, who created all of the original things that created us? So yeah, so the tree is basically their mother. So like the blacksmith is the mother to her children. So all the Afterins are her children, number one. But like the God of Light and Darkness are her first, are like I guess the God of Light is the older one. So it's the firstborn and the secondborn. Gosh, I really hope Ozpin or someone explains this. It's going to be difficult, though, because this predates Ozma. So, like, when this is all happening, Ozma isn't even... Humans don't exist yet. Which is wild, because Ozma thought that, like, the story of the Tale of the Two Brothers, that story that was told by Ozpin, I guess that was, like, fabricated or like, created by Ozpin, is from his perspective, from his existence, which is when they were ruling Remnant as the gods. But like their story goes even further back that there's no recorded history of, which is wild. So like even Ozpin's gonna learn things that he never knew before, which is kind of cool. Yeah, the blacksmith did say that the tree, thinking about her as the tree is a simplistic understanding, but I think it's watered down. Like, it's simplistic as, like, yeah, you can see them as the tree, but they are clearly a conduit of some sort. Like, they, like, right? Like this furnace. This is like a furnace of fire, which is like fire represents life in some cases, in some mythologies. So like it might not be the tree itself, but it definitely channels whatever happens through the tree. Hey, Andrew Hart, you have yourself a good one. Heading out now. Just wanted to say thank you for all the content this volume. It's always a pleasure watching your reactions and live streams for Positive Volume 10. Hopefully, fingers crossed. All right, thank you so much. You have yourself a good night. I appreciate it. I relate to the tree. Babysitting isn't easy, eh? Been there, done that. But yeah, I love this. And they age too, so they're like so like I don't know if ascension is a thing. Or maybe these gods need to ascend and they need to like go back to the drawing board of their lives, but I just really liked how God, man. I actually felt bad for the cat here because I'm not going to spoil anything for people who might not have played it or whatnot, but it's so appropriate that Robbie Daymond is associated a lot with like Akechi and Persona and stuff like that, because the cat actually reminded me of Dr. Maruki. Now, I won't get like in too deep for people who haven't played P5, but like the cat was suffering from an ailment that it couldn't fix itself. But it wasn't wrong for feeling that way. You know? Like, it almost kind of was like suffering from a broken heart. And it was coping in the best way it could, but it had no way of fixing itself because they were distorted, in a sense. But their actions, like the way that they went about it, was still like reprehensible. You know what I mean? Like they were still within their ability to have a better way of sorting through and dealing with it. And maybe even not, because again, if they're distorted to the point where they're to the point where the deceit that they felt from Alex warped them, it distorted them to the point where they felt like they couldn't trust anybody. Otherwise, they would get their heart broken again. They would be hurt again. And there's no way for them. They have already deviated from the path. And any other Afterin that deviates from the path, the cat would always be there to help them, but there was no one there to help the cat. So I kind of have a little bit of... I have a sense of pity for the cat, actually, when you think about it. Because they really... Like, their only solace was to die. Or suffer through being rejected once again from going to Remnant because of how they went about it. That's why you adopt two cats. Yeah, the brothers built the cat with no failsafe. Yeah, exactly. I think that's why with humans they got a little bit. Well, the thing is, they never found out about it. They never found out that like their original creation kind of went off and derailed itself. You know, after being in the Ever After, they got curious just like their makers did. But the difference was they were stuck here. You know, humans, I feel like humans, they got a little bit more sophisticated. We'll give them the power to choose. We'll give them the power to destroy, to create. We'll give them the power to learn, to have knowledge, to be self-sustaining. Whereas the Ever After, like, they put all of this responsibility on the cat to do their job for them. And it just kind of undid itself. Why are the gods lacking presence in the afterlife? They're not dead. Hmm. It was kind of like Salem in a way, that the gods contributed to making them what they became. Both still accountable, but I wish that the cat story ended with it being helped. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of crazy when you think about that, because like they wanted the ultimate answer of like, why did they make the cat and then leave them here to leave and go and make all this other shit that, you know what I mean? It's like you still have all of this unfinished business on your home front, but then you're just going off and doing whatever the hell you want, making all of this other shit. And then they did it again with humans, and then they did it again with Salem, but then they actually played around with their food a little bit with Salem, because they made her immortal, and then they killed everybody else to punish her. So it's almost kind of like these two have strayed from their original purposes here. They're playing gods, but they're afterins at the end of the day. You know? And they also accepted these blessings and these praises from these mortal beings who don't know any better and assume that worshiping the gods will bring them good fortune. And the gods relished in that stuff, you know? So it's almost kind of like the cat wasn't joking when they said the two brothers talk about a god complex. These afterins developed a god complex, but they are not gods. They're literally afterins. They're these simple beings that appear godlike because they can do all of this crazy shit that normal people can't. So I definitely think that there's going to be some level of not accountability, but like there's definitely going to be some room for criticism with these gods if they ever come back, especially since Team RWBY knows the full story, and I really want them to bring up the cat to them if they ever get summoned back, because they definitely do whatever the hell they want, and I'm not surprised that they got kicked out of the Ever After for it. But they got so far gone that they were just like, yeah, we're just gonna fuck off and leave because we realize that we're not good at our job. But then they give an ultimatum to their creations, like their creations asked for this. So, who knows? I just hope the gods are able to be reasoned with, you know? Especially because there are people that know their origin, you know, Team RWBY and company. And I hope that they're able to have some perspective, a sense of like empathy for what they did to Salem if they find out that the cat died because of their lack of foresight. I respectfully disagree. They are gods. If you look at the Greek mythology structure and origins of the gods, they fit it to a T. Well, I guess, but like, I just don't know how the tier, how it works then, because like, they are created by the tree, which makes them afterins, but they are like they are statuses above these regular creations. Maybe they're kind of like, since they were the first creations, they were the ones that were supposed to overlook the Ever After, so they were given like admin status, but then they went rogue. So technically they are of godhood. They're of god status, but they're not gods. They're just like divine beings to the humans. Yeah, I guess you'd think mythological. Yeah. Yeah, because the tree would be like the end all be all, like the alpha and omega creator, and then they would create lesser beings to oversee to oversee the Ever After, and then these gods created a servant of sorts, right, the cat, to do their job for them, and that's when things started getting out of hand, when they started realizing that, oh, we can do whatever we want, and we can have those subservient to us do things on our behalf. And then that's when things just got out of hand, when they realized, hey, we can create humans and then we can do this shit all over again. And it's like, I don't really know what the purpose was, other than maybe they just wanted their own like room to live and breathe and whatever. And the blacksmith actually says that the door was created as a way for them to create other worlds. So Remnant could very well just be their last attempt, but Remnant probably wasn't their first. And that's wild to think about if you think too hard. But yeah, I also really appreciated the discussion about balance. It's not about two forces being locked in combat or locked in like a eternal struggle. Balance is about applying things and letting nature run its course, not interfering and just seeing what happens, for better or for worse. And by doing so, by the gods getting out of the situation, we are currently where we are now. Yes, they had some influence with Salem and whatnot, but generations have passed enough to where things are happening far more organically than whenever the gods were ever present in the world. Yeah, you still have Silver Eyes, you still have the Grim, you have the relics. These are all like unfortunate, like what's the word I'm looking for? I guess these are just like mainstays that you just have to deal with by virtue of the world being created by these individuals. But I do like how that applies, because like Team RWBY and company are just kind of like going through the process in the best way they can. So I just really like how they established that that's ultimately what balance means. And yeah, these guys, their powers exceeded the ever after. They were too ambitious. They had bigger plans, bigger curiosities, and so they left the ever after to go and create worlds of their own. And that could potentially mean that there are other worlds out there, and Remnant was just their last straw. Yawning big time. I just got here at 10:15 and it's now 2:15. Loving the discussion. Thank you. I'm gonna be streaming Honkai after this for a couple hours, but I appreciate it. We're probably gonna be done in like another. I'm gonna try to wrap this up in maybe like 10 minutes or so, because I definitely went a little over for sure. But and yeah, they made the Jabberwock. Making the Jabberwocker was where their differences started. And again, it comes from the God of Light, because the God of Light saw his creation as disturbing a balance, but there was never as much of a balance in the God of Darkness's department, right? Like, it seems like the God of Light wanted things to be maintained in a peaceful sense, but the God of Darkness was like, peace was never an option. That has to be earned. That has to be fought for. And so unfortunately, these two are just diametrically opposed, and they've just been locked in feud ever since. I blame your Raven rant. Well, I'm not upset about it. Like, these are worthwhile discussions. This is the longest volume, and the Raven rant was well worth it. Yeah, ultimately, it's in their purpose. It's in their nature to behave this way, but it creates a lot of collateral damage for everything else involved that's just trying to live in harmony or live in organic balance. So they're not really thinking about anyone else but themselves. And again, that's very godly of them. But, like, where we're at because of these two. So it just kind of puts in a perspective that I feel like these two are gonna have a bit more of a focal point when they come back into the situation. I don't think it's just going to be like a simple, all right, we're going to judge humanity, whether they did a good job or not. Really, what should happen, they should look inward. They should start judging themselves a little, or they should start being judged or criticized for their actions, for everything that's happened. Because what message does that send to say humanity is united based on a problem that you created? You know what I mean? Like, let's just say humanity unites against Salem. Salem summons the gods, and the gods deem them redeemable. They're like, okay, you're redeemable. You're good. You're fine. All that means that, like, we rallied against a problem that was caused by y'all's, like, negligence and freaking hubris. Number one. And then humanity being united, I hope they turn around and say, okay, so we don't want to live amongst you. Y'all need to go back home and fuck off wherever you came from, because y'all have caused more harm than good to the creation of humanity and mankind. Take your Grim with you, take your fucking relics, take whatever else you brought here with you, and let us be. You know? And by all means, go back home, go see mom, you know, go back to the tree and see what's up. You know, you left your pet cat alone, by the way. That didn't work out. That was another mess we had to clean up from you. You know what I mean? Like, there's definitely room to go around. It's just a matter of, like, do they give a shit to be accountable for their actions? Because who's going to, you know what I mean? Like, are they really going to tolerate being talked down to by their creations? You know? Also, your cat's dead. Yeah, you forgot to feed your cat, assholes. That's the biggest tragedy of all of this. It's like, bro, that cat you created turned out for the worst because y'all didn't have the foresight to realize that things were not left on the best of terms in the ever after before you left. I also don't think they expected humans to ever see, because this is it. This is the thing too. It's their old generation creations blending with their new generation. So it's two products of the gods interacting, and it's causing like a bad blood scenario. Technically speaking, humans and Afterans are related. They all come from the same source when you think about it. So like, it's just wild to think that, like, I mean, it's not wild. It's just like the Afterans are more like prototypes. They're far more primitive than humans. It's just that the cat was built different. So this was also another great, oh my gosh, dude. Shout out to the Red Like Roses, like, instrumentals that was playing. Like, this will be the day we waited for. Like, during this entire sequence, it was so beautiful. They did the OST so much justice this volume. Like, I really hope, like I know, like, Alex has always been at the helm of that, but I really think that they're in good hands. And I just hope they enjoyed the process so we can continue to get more and more of these great, like, works from them as the volumes go on. Oh, wait. That wasn't Red Like Roses. I'm tired. I'm getting mixed up right now. This will be the day. Yeah, it was This Will Be the Day, my bad. But yeah, because this was the topic I was talking about earlier. Like, the situation with Little is what happens when you make the choice to be benevolent, you make the choice to be kind, you make the choices that go on to have a ripple effect in others' lives. And the cat situation is a choice of deception can lead others down a shaky path. And it's just so sad because, like, these two things came from the same source. It's just Little had that support and the cat didn't. So this was I loved how it, like, cut to, like, all of Little's different interactions And all of those moments led to somewhat, which is like the best thing that could have happened. Are you gonna do a soundtrack reaction when it comes out? I probably will, but I don't think it'll be live streamed. I still need to do one for Volume 8. I still have not listened to Volume 8. Yeah, literally, it's a domino effect, yeah. Good actions beget future good actions. Bad actions beget future bad actions. Whether intended or not, you know, you always have to be mindful of how you treat other people. But yeah, it just sucks. Like, the cat really didn't have any type of support system the way that the other Afterins did. And it's funny, too, because when you think about, like, Ruby's journey, right? The entire situation of Ruby's journey was that it was unclear whether or not she could handle the burden that she was carrying. And I don't think the cat ever realized, but the cat's burden was the well-being of the entire Ever After. And that's so much to put on one individual, you know? Add that to the fact that, like, the cat is also trying to, like, find out bigger answers for itself, for its own, like, curiosity that was given to them based on its parents, its creators. And it was like, it was doomed to fail, you know? But yeah. Also, we got Jean back. I thought, so at first, so the initial theory last week was that Alex was reincarnated or ascended to become the blacksmith, especially how they were wielding the knife like they were experienced with it. But I don't think that's the case. Just because, like, how would Alex ascend and just be a being that knows all this stuff? But yeah, I really like it. And they also mentioned when Alex died, she had one final wish to fix all the stuff that she did. And that wish, I guess, kind of transcended her death and has just been waiting here for the point where it could kind of come to fruition, which was, you know, fixing the issue. I mean, realistically, she's not the cause of Jean's aging, but Jean got dragged into the story to play the role of the Rusted Knight because the story is based on Alex. And she probably feels bad for poisoning him and for kind of being, you know, a bit of a brat. So it kind of worked out for where Jean ended up. I don't know if she knew exactly what to do, but maybe the essence of her wish kind of found its way to fix Jean in the best way it could, which was to revert his aging. Yeah. If we see Galinda and Vacuo, wouldn't that make her a sand witch? I am not going to, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm not going to justify that joke with a response. We are going to carry on. So yeah, Jean's back to his, like, 19-year-old, like, squeaky voice self. He also has the white streak in his hair still. I like that. I like how he's like, you might be back to your old self, but you'll never forget what happened here. So I really like that. I thought that was a nice little touch. I also thought it was really funny how they immediately referenced his voice because that's like one of the things about the old Jean that was like very prominent. Like, holy shit, I can't believe this is him. Like, straight up man. So this was great for him. It would have been so awkward if he went back home and he's aged up like 20 years compared to his friends, and you know he has to relate to like Crow and freaking the headmasters and stuff like that. Not to mention having all of that lost years of life. You know what I mean? That's not fair for him. That would have been really cruel. I know some people are like, why did they change this? This removes any type of, you know, but it's like he still lived that experience. He still went through it, you know, and that's what I'm okay with. For him to revert back is fine, but like, this doesn't necessarily mean that Jean's going to be back to normal. Like, he is forever changed by the things that he experienced in the ever after. And I don't want people to just immediately assume that young Jean means regression, you know, because the white hair that's the whole point of the white hair. It's to signify that he is the same but different. It's almost like he ascended without ascending. So yeah. And with all of that said, man, they're going back not to where, but when they're needed most, which I think this basically implies that there is a time skip. And there is a time skip because the last time we saw Vacuo, they had just sent the signal for the message in Atlas. Atlas went underwater, and then everyone was thrown into the desert with the Winter Maiden and company. So time has passed. How much time has passed, I couldn't tell you, but enough time has passed where reinforcements have arrived. And the beautiful thing about that shot where you see Vacuo and all the ships, those are ships from every kingdom. There's Atlas ships, beacon ships. You can see like the wooden Veil ships in the background, the ones that have like the sails. So RWBY's message worked. She got a message out and they coordinated to the next potential threat, which was Vacuo. So she reunited the world. She did what Ironwood couldn't. And again, how sad would that have been for RWBY to go to the ever after, have all that traumatic stuff happen, and decide, I want to be something different, and feeling like her efforts never mattered. And then she goes back to Remnant, and it turns out, look at that, RWBY's message got through to people. And it took RWBY's message, right? No one else really could have been that charismatic or that honest or true with their messaging. So like, she really pulled through. It's just she didn't see the results of that until now. So I'm really glad that that's an extension of like, see RWBY, like you actually do matter and you actually are making a difference. You are the simple, small, honest soul that is going to get through in the end, you know? What do you guys think the time skip's going to be? We have Amity Coliseum that's there too. And Veil, it's actually pretty far. I would say a couple months at least. I don't want to say anything crazy like years. You know, we have to think of Maria and Pietro. These are senior citizens we're dealing with. I want to say a few months, like maybe 6 months, like 4 to 6 months, like the same time skip from volume 3 to 4, you know, long enough, right? Think about it. Long enough that people think that Team RWBY and Jean are definitively dead. Like, there is no way that anyone here thinks that Team RWBY and Jean are still alive. Number one. And number two, it's short enough where where Salem isn't immediately assaulting. Like, she threw everything at Atlas for 2 relics, so she has to go back home. She's got to shore up her Grim, figure out her next plan of operation for this sort of destruction. And it's not just going to be like walking into the place, right? Team RWBY got to Atlas and months had passed before Salem showed up. So similarly, Vacuo are fighters too. Like, these motherfuckers throw down, they play dirty, they do not fight fair, they fight to survive. They will literally go down swinging. So I feel like this time around it's gonna be like you're fighting like savages. And yeah, I absolutely Loved this volume. I loved the episode. I loved everything. I love how it ended off. I know some people were upset that we didn't get an end credit scene, but this feels like the end credit scene. This almost kind of reminds me how, like, Volume 7, for example, right? Volume 7 aired, I believe, on the anniversary of Monty's passing. So they just had a message at the end of the credits that said, "We still love you, Monty." And people were like, people obviously understood the sentiment, but some people were still expecting an end credit scene. But Salem had just showed up, and it's like, if you want an end credit scene, you basically want the next episode, you know? Like, it's like that was the end credit scene. It almost feels like people would have been satisfied if they had taken this Vacuo shot and, like, they go through the portal, credits roll, and then afterwards they walk through and Vacuo's right there. You know what I mean? I feel like people would rather want something than just understanding, like, what would you have put there as an end credit scene to satisfy someone if we're just in Vacuo? I would not want to see any of the new characters. Because, like, that's like Volume 10 hype. I don't want to see new designs. I don't want to see who's alive. I don't want to see who's here. Like, there's really nothing else to show. Not to mention, they have nothing to show because they haven't been working on the volume in a year and a half. So I'm one of those. I'm fine with it. Like, they need to push this movie. They need to make their money back on the movie. It's understandable why they showed it. And if it does well, along with Volume 9, that is justification for these companies. These companies do not care what you say on social media. It fucking sucks that we have to kind of play ball if we want the things that we've been invested in. But, like, that's just how things work, unfortunately. And when you care about something, you want to support it. Even if you feel like it's like, you know, like, what's the Justice League movie going to do for me? It's not going to do anything for me long term because I'm not really into Justice. Like, I'll like it for the RWBY aspect. I'll like it for how creative they weave in the Justice League aspects of it. But I'm ultimately watching it to support and guarantee Volume 10. Right? So that's where I'm at with that. Yeah, they're writing Volume 10, but I'm saying, like, what do you expect them to show you as an end credit scene, if not this shot? You know? Without spoiling anything. New designs, who's here, etc. How much time has passed. You know, it's like Volume 7, like I said. The end scene that we got for Volume 7 was Salem showed up. What do you expect they're going to give us as an end credit scene beyond that? You know what I mean? I honestly feel like people would rather get this exact same scene, but if it was cut and put at the end, they'd be satisfied, which essentially means you're getting the same thing. It's just like the expectation of something at the end was there for people on both accounts. I don't know. We don't even know when or if we're getting a Volume 10. So if anything, I think they played it safe by not giving us an end credit scene, which would promise, it would almost be like a promise of something that is up in the air at the moment, which is kind of scary. So yeah, that's how I generally feel. But what a volume. Also, nice little parallel here for Volume 2. Excluding Jean. They switched Jean for Zwei, aka Summer Rose in disguise. They're in the same order too, actually. Blake, Yang, RWBY, Weiss, and then Jean. With the ships, with the Atlas ships too. Bro, they literally took a page out of Volume 2's end credits, like Volume 2. Jean is Zwei, confirmed. Yeah, Jean's the dog. Yeah, I know, right? And Weiss is the bone. No, stop. Wait, whoa. Hey, I'm just saying. It seems like them two got a little close this volume. That's all I'm getting at. All right? I call it like I see it. All right, she called this man mature. She laughed at his joke. All right, she laughed at his laughing. All right, from what I've been told, just how I consider things. Girls laugh at things that boys say that aren't funny as a sign of like, hey, I like you. I don't know how true that is. I don't know what the kids are doing nowadays. I don't know how they communicate and whatnot. But that was definitely the energy I felt from Weiss. He was like, this is what I sound like. And she was like, Hey, don't get mad at me, bro. Jean has had a thing for Weiss since volume 1. If things occur and evolve and develop where she feels like things are developing, it is what it is. I didn't write it. That's all I'm saying. But I welcome it all the same. I'm not a big shipper, but, if it happens, I'm going to be like, finally. Because this shit's been going on since volume 1. This man took out his freaking Spanish guitar and was like trying to serenade her in volume 2. And then by volume 3, Pyrrha dies and he's depressed and he's like, okay, I don't give a fuck anymore. Get me out of here. So there's evidence, at least from Jean's perspective. Go check out Flint of Ruby, the YouTube channel. They have the official lyrics for the song Edge. The Edge. This is my favorite part of the song. I'm everything and nothing. God, man. Such a fucking banger of a song. I absolutely love all the work that Casey and Martine and Peter Jones and Matthew Wang, all of the music to my ears stuff has been phenomenal. And I loved the collaboration here. I believe it was, I forgot the artist. I got commissions for them, but Flint got a commission from someone in the Miku. I think it was Miku. Flint got a commission from Miku for this artwork, which is beautiful. The final doorway. Yeah. It was on the tip of my tongue. It was just, yeah. And these are some of my favorite shots of the volume. There's no concept art in this episode, so consider this to be the official MurderofBirds concept art of the volume. These are some of my favorite shots in the show. I was contemplating if I wanted to put one shot of the Red Prince, but these shots are just absolutely goated, and I just wanted to share that with you guys. Freaking Angel Weiss, Super Saiyan Yang, Red Like Roses Ruby, and freaking Team RWBY's All Out Attack. Absolutely pog. That fourth one is wallpaper worthy. True. Yeah. It sucks too because I have RWBY, Weiss, Yang, and there is no shot in this entire volume where like Blake is like singled out, has like a singled out moment. It's so, because I would have preferred to have one shot of each of the girls, but it's like it's 3 out of 4 of them and then a group shot. It's like, damn, Blake, you gotta you're picking up the rear this volume. I'm just saying. I guess I could have gotten the shot of her getting smacked around by the cat, but I thought that'd be an L take. So yeah, I could have gotten one of the shots of her like confessing to Yang, but like I wanted these to be hype, like epic shots, and Blake just didn't have any epic shots. But thank you guys so much for tolerating me for the last 5 hours. We have not done a discussion this long in quite some time. It has been a minute since I've done discussions I think volume, maybe it could have been volume 8. Most of the discussions this volume have been around the 3-hour mark, but we are at the big 5 now, which is insane because I am probably going to switch over to Honkai Star Rail and just screw around in the game for a couple hours and then call it a night. But I don't know when RWBY is going to be back. RWBY proper. Volume 9 was spectacular. It was phenomenal. We still have a Cat in the Hat to read. Don't worry, I didn't come unprepared. I was really worried when the volume started, I'll be honest. Like, I just didn't know if people cared about RWBY as much or if people were still going to tune into the content. And admittedly, the first couple of weeks was kind of like the ball getting rolling. Some people didn't even know that RWBY was back. Even, like, I remember going into, like, episode 2, episode 3, there were a bunch of people that were still asking me, oh my God, RWBY's back? And I'm like, damn, bro, where have you been? But I feel like we kind of hit our stride around episode 4, episode 5. The discussions were exciting week in and week out. I'm really glad that I stayed consistent. We switched off to Fridays just so I had an extra day to prepare. But I'm just hopeful. I really hope that we get some information on the Volume 10 at RTX. I will be checking out the Justice League movie. So people who are on Patreon, you guys can sit tight. I'm probably going to be getting to that next week after I get through all of my like Honkai Star Rail commission streams, or sponsored streams, I should say. Because I'm really excited to check that out in general. There's other RWBY content that I'm going to be doing. I need to check out the Volume 8 soundtrack. There's Ice Queendom reactions. Like I said, I'm going to be starting anime reaction content with Attack on Titan, Beastars, Erased, and Ice Queendom. And beyond that, I will be taking suggestions for future series. Red vs. Blue Season 13, I promise I'll be finishing that. I have 2 batches left to wrap that up. But, yeah, it's been fun. It's been great. You guys really, really, really helped me out in a big way with your support over the last 2 months with, like I said, Patreon, YouTube, the live stream discussions, the super chats, a bunch of you guys just being super awesome and supportive and tuning in whenever I go live. I'm also posting my Arrowfell gameplay. I already posted one video. The next post will be going up, I think, on Monday for Arrowfell, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, no, Tuesday. Arrowfell will be on Tuesdays. And slowly but surely, I'm going to try to get through the rest of the backlog of RWBY stuff. I still have Chibi Season 3 and 4 that I haven't seen yet. So I'll probably be doing, like, batch reactions for those. So, I'm just going to stay productive. I'm still going to continue to make videos and stream and do all that kind of stuff just for the sake of being able to keep up with, you know, the hiatus that we're back on after tomorrow. Tomorrow, my reaction will be up at 10:30 a.m., which is the usual time for RWBY episodes. They usually go up at 11, but there's no new episodes anymore, so I'm just going to be kind of chilling. But I had a super chat earlier. Oh, yeah, let me try to get through the last bit of these because I am a little bit on a time crunch. I have to pivot over within 10 minutes. The time skip will be long enough that Juniper, that RWBY and Jean all have statues like Pyrrha did. Oh, God. I don't know if Vacuo would honor that. Vacuo doesn't even know who they are. But, yeah, I think the time skip will be interesting. Jean reverted his age. White Knight confirmed, LMAO. See, the thing before that was people were kind of like people were a little sus about, like, Jean aging up. And then, like, Weiss calling him mature, and then, like, that kind of generating ship momentum. And people were like, that was kind of like a problematic moment. But now that he's back to his original self, like, that's kind of out the window now, you know? So it could happen. Hey Arnold, I hear metrics will help increase Volume 10. So anyone that wants to make sure Volume 7 isn't 6 out of 5 on IMDb, find that old login data. I think it matters more how the show is performing on Crunchyroll. Like, the volume 9 was at 9.8 like reviews on the day of the finale. I think it's at like 15K now. Like, it was at 9,800 like rating, and now it's at like 1,500 rating, which is insane. in a week. Like, motherfuckers came out in troves. I don't think IMDb, I don't really think IMDb matters itself. Oh, 13.6. Okay. Yeah, so people are leaving reviews. People are leaving comments. People are tweeting out with the hashtag Greenlight Volume 10. Like, they noticed this shit, right? And Carrie also tweeted at Crunchyroll, like, hey, can we have a conversation? Can we talk about the series? So they're probably like, playing it up a little bit. Clearly, they're going to be in talks. They had this entire, like, it'd be weird to me to make RWBY permanently, like, exclusive to Crunchyroll, and that it only gets one volume. You know what I mean? So, and I'm sure the reception of Volume 9 and having the influx of RT fans going over there probably worked out for them in terms of, like, seeing how passionate and dedicated and loyal the RWBY fandom was. Jean's the tin dog? Oh, God. All right, let's see. I rewatched this bit. The blacksmith sounded proud of the gods and said their experiments surpassed the ever after. There was no condemnation in her voice. Well, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, the product of the ever after went on to do things unexpected, unimaginable. And I think that was, like, the true, like, marvel, right? Like, you created humans, and every so often your creations come back and do miraculous things. It's like the tree could not foresee what these two brothers would end up doing. And I think that in of itself is, like, it's objective, like, praise for just, like, kind of finding their own way to do things. It's just when you look deeper, when you look at it from, like, a moralistic standpoint, like, good and bad, like, are your actions hurting people? Are your actions benefiting people? Like, what's really going on? You know? Because even the blacksmith took pity on the cat. Like, it's like, you know, they were like, a tragedy. You know, it's a terrible thing to have a broken heart. It wasn't able to be fixed. You know, they spoke with compassion. So yeah, hopefully, I do hope that there is some level of rationalization for their actions. If nothing else, just to kind of give perspective on the human experience, because these gods cannot relate to their creations at all. I doubt the gods will be punished. They're doing what they were created for. Create. The tone and the positive things the blacksmith said confirmed it. Well, they were meant to create, but they were also meant to, like, maintain balance. It's just they don't really understand that balance, the balance that they need to have. Like, they both have a misunderstanding of balance. The god of darkness, the god of light assumes that the creation of the Jabberwocker created imbalance. Whereas the god of darkness was like, well, you have your creations. If I can't have mine, then how is that balance? You know what I mean? It's just they're, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, they're just at odds. Like, they just have different views on what they want to do. Yeah, I'll have to rewatch the scene for sure, but I'll take your word for it. Hi, Arnold. Sorry I'm late, but I wanted to talk about the Red Like Roses playing in the fight. Could you imagine if this will be the day played against Salem? Yeah, that they have their work cut out for them. This was a pretty spectacular display for sure. So yeah. Alrighty, everybody. I do have to head out relatively soon, so we are gonna get through the last Cat in the Hat sequence for now. I do hope you guys will tune in and stick around and hang out and hopefully support all the new content that I plan on coming out with. Like I said, I'm going to be doing anime content. That's going to be on a weekly basis. I'm also streaming a lot of Genshin, a lot of Honkai on my Twitch channel, twitch.tv/MurderofBirds. So I just hope that, you know, we don't have to wait too long to have these RWBY engagements once again. But I definitely appreciate you all for the love, for the support, for tuning in, for dealing with me for the last 5.5 hours. Let's see. Ooh, we got a big page here. Oh, damn. Okay. So, now look. Okay, so the cat's made a little bit of an oopsie here. Now look what you did, said the fish to the cat. Now look at this house. Look at this. Look at that. You sank the toy ship. You sank it in the cake. You shook up our house and you bent our new rake. You shouldn't be here. Our mother is not. You shouldn't be here when our mother is not. You get out of this house, said the fish in the pot. Yo, the fish has had enough. The fish is like, this is ridiculous. What are you doing? And it'll probably be like another year and a half before we continue this, but I will continue my journey for as long as Ruby is around. I come back in here and you are? Yeah, we're reading The Cat in the Hat. The stream is officially done. We are wrapped up with everything. Thank you guys so much. Yeah, I won't forget a bookmark this time, I promise. I promise. I'll definitely... Actually, you know what? I'll do it right now. Just so I don't forget. We're on page 27. All right? I'm going to put a little sticky note in there. Bam. Easy clap. Sweet. Another volume in the books, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you guys all so much. My reaction will be posted tomorrow morning. I hope you guys will watch it in its entirety. I have a lot of thoughts at the beginning and the end. The reaction itself was really fun and exciting. Like I said, anime content, Attack on Titan, Beastars, Erased, the Ice Queendom. Those reactions are already up on Patreon now if any of you guys want to hop over there and get that early. And those will be coming out within the next week. I do have to find time for the Justice League movie, but I do want to cover that as well and edit that for Patreon and eventually YouTube. And I have a bunch of other things planned, so I hope you guys will tune in and check out and hopefully will, you know, enjoy it all the same. But thank you guys for the love. Thank you for the support. You guys all have a great night. Enjoy your weekend. Enjoy whatever life throws at you. I hope you guys will continue to tune into the videos as they come out. But that's going to do it for me. I'm going to have dinner. I'm probably going to pivot over to streaming. And I really appreciate all the support from you guys. But thank you all so much. Enjoy the reaction tomorrow. And I will see you guys all in the next one. Take care. Bye-bye.